way to celebrate college basketball. And his highest form with 4 teams left, 2 from the SEC. Houston and Duke on the other side. Who will end up in their chase? Four ones, the first time, long time, represented down in San Antonio. We will certainly watch that football as they go back to or Duke be able to win with a new league coach. How about Kelvin Sampson and the Bulls down in Houston? Are they going to be touchdown next again? How about Auburn, Bruce Pearl? Welcome back to the star. Welcome back to the spotlight. Welcome back to Bruce Pearl, who's an absolute dog. Was able to put the horse for Bruce Pearl, and then Seth Greenberg exploded. He's been talking about that before this tournament started. He was in love with the SEC as a whole, which ended up being a pretty accurate depiction of how the tournament would unfold. 7 SEC would be in the Sweet 16, but the sport is flipping your phone. What makes any big time shot the sport team that's wide open, taking on Auburn, a wonderful way to start the Final Four. Congrats to college basketball. Let's be celebrating them all with the top steps right across the corner. What else got hammer done? We call that boys. David Johnson, Ohio State on the game.
Can I do you?
We assume for insight. We assume that the pitching first pitch retired today. Scott is really good.
What can I do you? Come to the right place. Can you take them or?
So, thing is, up front, I'm a little light.
Okay.
That's like my weakness.
Okay. Do you have an idea of what you want your haircut to look like? On a picture or just like a popular name, taper or fade?
Yeah, I want you to
Okay. Like wavelength or you want to do like a 2? Your wave's a little longer. So coming right there. How'd you find me, buddy? So 2 grand, and then you want a ball taper, light taper. So you're off light taper, low, mid. Yes, sir. How'd you find me? Where you from? Man, there's a lot of y'all out here. I got several clients, and I actually got 2 new clients from Ohio, like last week. Yeah. And then it's another guy. I don't know his name. There's a lot of y'all out here. I got several clients, and I actually got 7 clients from Ohio, like last week. Yeah. And then it's another guy. I don't know his name, but he booked. That's a 973 is an Ohio number.
I don't think so.
Okay.
3216.
I'm from Minneapolis.
We just added a new one though.
Okay.
I don't know if that's it. No, I heard when I first moved down. Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's I'm from Minneapolis. I'm about to get some. Yeah. 7 years ago in Minneapolis.
Which is a lot of Midwest people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I got a lot of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I know so. Yeah, it's crazy. I love it though.
Yeah.
I had some family. I went to George Sears place probably like 8 years ago. I was working. I would come down here every now and then. I mean, I was in Georgia before. Oh no, I was just working and just ready to venture out. It's a lot. It's a lot. Right now, I'm kind of hovering over. Are you saying just for the edge of it? It's not that big when you come to you come to y'all cities, blue cities.
No question. Just saying like, right now I'm kind of hovering over these corners. Are you saying just for the edge of it? Or are you saying like when I do the 2, like, well right now I just skip it to keep it a little forward? Are you just saying like, just make sure I don't miss the edge of it?
Yeah, just that.
Oh, okay. What kind of work do you do? Are you working?
I work for a pharmaceutical company.
Okay.
Basically, It's quality.
Okay. Yeah, I got another client that does plumbing. Are you working home? I know I heard the name. Do they have commercials? I feel like
Not, they might possibly, but I know it's another company out in Power Business.
okay. Because I know I heard the name.
Like savings or all the weight loss. This is that finish making third-party drugs for all the weight loss right now.
Oh, okay.
So they had just opened the doors for a smaller
Last week,
last week, man, doing shit like this in the sentence. We is not doing it.
the opportunities down here were different than they are. Yeah, man, we probably on the same stuff, brother, because the opportunities down here were different than they are.
I was like, yo, I gotta go. I was like, yo, this
This ain't that. Yeah.
Because I'm trying to tell y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand.
Different species down here.
It's different. Oh, no, I haven't hit nothing like that yet. I'm just on there. Whatever I got, this job.
Welcome to the. And you say you live kind of close by? Where is it?
Yeah, I live
Yeah. I'm over.
I'm not sure. I'm just representing.
Okay.
So, right, I'm just representing.
Do you stay in the Houston area for that, or do you go on like the Austin? Or?
I'm not sure. I'm just representing.
Okay,
So, right, I'm just representing. No, I'm looking forward to it. You know, I'm like, there's something up in top of I'm about to go. There's something up in top of I'm about to
Did you say you moved your aunt down here a while ago? Okay. You got any other family out here besides this, bro?
Milwaukee side. They live down here, and so my uncle yeah, I did say
Yeah. Is Fort Hood and Killeen something? Is she military?
yeah, I did say
Yeah. Y'all do some family How well do you see with the classes? Like 1 second, let me just let you see. Oh, my fault. See if I need to make take her higher, balder. God, I thought you put me around last time. Oh, my fault. I forgot to. That's my bad. I thought you put me around last time. So is that high enough? Is it light enough? What do you think?
That's high enough.
Yep. Okay. Is it light enough? Or should I go a little light?
No, that's good.
Oh, you're not coming up.
I grew my hair out. I put it off at ball spots. I'm like, oh shit.
It's kind of the same thing. I had locks for a few years. And, you know, I stream daily, so I see myself all the time. And it got angry. I don't like to. And it kept looking like I was snatching. I feel like I ran it. And then I finally, it just starts to look too fast, so I cut it off.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I can't really get too upset. I'm 46 in my 20s. I want to speak to time. But at this point, you know what I'm saying? I can't really be too upset. If I was in my 20s, you know, I want to speak to the man. But at this point, 43, like, you know what? I ran it. Yeah, my real. And I'm just,
Right? And I got worse even. I'm like,
yeah, real.
And I was right? And I got worse even. I'm light in the front and in my counter where you're only little light in the front right now. I'm like, look, I'm over here and then my edges are getting, my edges are getting a little wider. Oh man, this ain't good.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, did you look at beard too? Am I doing your beard too? Am I just shaking what you got, or am I doing something drastically different? Do I need to knock on the length down, or just want to?
You can knock it over the zone just to clean it up.
Ain't that something weird?
I'm not used to that. They want like this. It's already 85. I'm not used to that. They want like this, and you know, in Georgia, you know, it's mild. You know, compared to this.
Yeah, my mom, she was sending me a video or a picture of the snow outside her house. She still lives in Minneapolis. So real quick, so have you, is this your first cut? So real quick, so have you, is this your first cut or?
No, I've been a few places.
Okay. What was the issue?
Just not finding right, you know, right. Just a deer, it was just, you know, I was getting quick cuts.
Other note that Rappaport had there, before we pivot over to basketball, you talk about the Christmas games, certain that's what happens where, you know, action because it's Thursday night, Thursday football ends on Friday, have it, you know, it's Christmas is on Thursday, but still next year whenever that's on Friday, then somebody's going to be in that night, whether it's Amazon or it's Netflix or Apple.
You have to report your coworkers, or you kind of like we working.
You have to report
your coworkers, or you kind of like we working.
It's kind of getting there. Just because I had so much going on, I haven't really. And it's just kind of I just got these jobs where I fly, but ended up just being a decent job.
So you didn't transfer or nothing to come down to
man, I was so fed up where I was. I was like, this ought to go. I'll take $1,500. You got the job on the way down here. I was like, it was like, hey, your interview's on Tuesday. I'm like, all right, I'm moving. I'll be there Monday. So I'll see you on Tuesday. And I got the job. That's dope. Yeah, right. That's literally, I got the way.
That's probably how I moved down here.
All right, so I'm kind of just taking that. Ohio, one of the small windows. Friends with drug with, I got one hour. For a couple of small businesses, I work there with it takes. Billboard, I understand. You know, it took me a lot. What it takes to do a small business. You know, it took me a lot. That shit don't take me. But it took me a lot. My friends.
What industry were you? What's your business in?
My friends, they had a box truck. Okay, good for that. That's my expertise. That's my that's what I was doing. I was a fishing or at least build up to them and go that route. But that was and I was like, oh, no, I'm like, oh, okay, no, it's like I'm trying to work and push. And they were like, oh, I want to work on number 5. You're like, yes, so that's fine. That's, do that on your own business. While the other guy, you just want to do certain things because you understand how to grow. I was like, okay, I learned this.
Right. For y'all or for y'all?
Oh, yeah, this is good. So that was
Did they create a rep for y'all or for y'all?
oh, yeah.
You're dancing.
You're 17.
You're dancing.
You're 17. No. I just blew up the whole time. That moment, I reflected. I was, oh, shit. Yeah, oh, shit. Whole time. It's not me. I feel back a lot later. And I didn't realize that shit. So I feel back a lot later.
Is this company paid though?
This place is pretty good. I don't know like I said, this is really not like a series. But it was pretty good. The thing I started off, that's what I did last work. Just to settle in while I actually build up and get my suppliers up. I don't know if it's doing logistics, that's kind of this is a medical company. I got the circuit contract done. So that's one thing. I just heard it was, multiple beings. It's a good shit. I'm trying to get there with I got my sister. At the same time, I got my sister. Yes. I I have my mom on the thing. Because when I moved down here, my auntie and my grandma passed away. Oh, wow. As soon as I moved down here, and I was in a nursing. Only 3 months. No, it was terrible. And these are my close people. This is my grandma. This is my auntie. This is my and these are my daughter.
It might be the more fast-paced game for high scoring.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically that's what my auntie, I didn't even try to this time last year, she just bought a house, and we had the whole family for the first summer.
Yeah. And it was this month? Like a year ago this month?
Yeah. April 12th.
Damn. That's about a week from now. Sorry, I got a hair in my eye.
If your arm aren't broken or your fingers aren't broken, it's not a match. Like, that's how you can do it.
I got it.
Like, you watch this train or watch the movie. If they go on runs in the morning,
Newton's in here.
there's nobody on this team that can project the first round. So the people that are transferred multiple times, that feel like they just want to so, you know, everybody's one of those games with
Yeah, they different.
where they're going to let them play.
Yo,
storage in my garage 2 days ago, and I thought it was dead. I did, because it was on his back. Lifting weights yesterday. But I did, because it was on his back. Like, she fertilized my yard. That's weird. But she, you know, she fertilized my yard, so it made sense. I was like, oh, I probably just called him his wife. And, man, I just like, I walked by it to get on my living room. I'm gonna start kicking his feet. I almost died. Well, relatively non-confrontation when it comes to nature.
This dude thinks you, bro. Blowtorch.
Yeah.
She's like, I got the gist.
Yeah.
That's what they make you want to do. Because I'm like, man, that's probably cute. Yeah, when I was in Georgia, I learned my lesson.
They have flying ropes.
I had something out in my room. I'm in the shower. Whatever. Why? It's smart. They'll do it to you. Why? It's smart. It dodged.
Yeah, y'all get it.
Draft
y'all get it.
Draft Travis Hunter, please.
So,
Draft the best player in the draft.
yeah.
Draft the man. Make
You think,
How about that? How about some jerseys?
yeah, like, yeah, y'all got Denzel, Kobe Bryant,
Y'all got
Tim House.
Baker Mayfield. Stop doing that. We're gonna put Josh. The thing is, because we pick Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, and Lamar Jackson. I don't want to hear nothing. You know, just get it. What are y'all doing?
It sounds like Howard goes first. Y'all got first if they take Howard goes first. If y'all got the second pick, yeah, it sounds like y'all might get a Howard, which would be bad, bro. Like, that's a, especially in the NFC North. But, I mean, you don't. But, see, if free agent, he get traded.
That's sad.
Yeah, they cut him. Free agent, or he get traded.
That's how bad the PR is.
They cut him.
That's how bad the PR is for that team. Like, that makes no sense. I watched you save him. What are you doing cutting each other? I watched you save him for years. I know. It was crazy. It's so bad. I know. A still part of that'd be good, I guess. But I just figure it out. Figure it out. I watched them trade down and draft linemen and not draft supposed to be.
I feel like you can get explosive players in the second. I feel like you can get. I feel like explosive players in the second round. I feel like if they get Travis Hunter, who gonna come in? If they get after Carter and they make their defense, because you know, yeah, because Malik Neighbors is balling no quarterback. They have the quarterback development.
Yeah, they do it to themselves because of what they do to themselves because of what they because the quarterbacks back in the day they weren't that good. Because the quarterbacks back in the day they weren't that good because of years.
Yeah, there's only a couple guys. There was only a couple guys that came in and had been successful, like Peyton Manning, 50 interceptions his rookie year, Troy Aikman, 50 interceptions his rookie year. I mean, there was a lot of guys that struggled. They expect instant success because of C.J. Stroud. But they expect instant success because of C.J. Stroud.
Just the table.
Right.
The table.
Well, but Vegas had a resurgence. Like, he looked pretty good in Tampa. He just got an extension. Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, all those guys, when they got in the right system, it worked out.
We'll see Joe Burrow, man. We sitting there thinking, we could have had him. We could have my own.
Y'all took Miles Garrett.
Right.
But I feel like
That was the drive. I know. I felt like that was right, but at the end of the day, I don't know. They had a chance.
it's a bad organization. Yeah, I mean, it's a bad organization, but they put 230 as Deshaun Watson.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm over defending this shit.
Yeah, totally.
He comes in there afterwards. He's a master. He's doing it in his own way. His team is more likely.
I just heard like yesterday or before that they said he'll be out for pretty much all of 2025. I didn't realize he was that messed up.
He might try to come back. He might try to come back.
I want to know what the reaction this morning to Luther's performance last night. He did well. A lot of people are saying that they're taking advantage of him on the defensive end. Is that overreaction for any running back this morning? Is there anything to worry about on that? It's always over. Every game, is this the game that the Lakers might be losing one game? But I mean, and by the way, that's does Luka have some matador landing issues already? Yes. Right? But when you're prolific offensively like that, it covers all those mistakes. And last night, the narrative could easily made. Luka made 4 out of 6 threes, and those passes that he made, the game mentioned it, or Dorian finished 5th, they didn't go 1 of 10, they went 6 of 10, and the Lakers win the game. It's literally that easy. The one thing I always like about JJ, if JJ is who you are, you're going to say it's exactly how it feels. It's like a wonderful thing. But tonight for the attack, the next time for the attack, all you need to do is find a good amount. Everything else that you do is
I didn't really do much with this yet. I just faded it into the top. Hold that.
the way he played last night, they could easily be in the Western Conference Finals, and they could easily be in the NBA championship. Well, on the way to the game, I'm very strong to put up the after story about it's like, okay, Ron, but that's big time nice against those things. Drew obviously doesn't shoot his left, and then he has guard Steph on the other stage.
The whole thing. The whole thing.
Oh, I know. I like the shot.
Yeah. Should I bring it down? Should I bring it down? Like, do you want me to do like fade it a little lower again, or just clean up what I got? Yeah, I got you.
I like the way you know, that's his descriptions, I swear to God, dude, take your hand, shake it like this, and then spray back. I was like, what the fuck did I just do? I was like, yo, you just shaved 5 years off my hairline.
Right, hand it back on. I'm not gonna know.
I was like, dude, this shit crazy. What would I pay for it?
I got a few clients that are either from Atlanta or like they just came from Atlanta because of like their work and they moved here. There's a few people that have good experience that they got to stay at home.
Oh yeah, no, that shit was 55 and 65. Easy. Oh, that shit was over. Everything is over. I like it here.
For now. There's so many out of towners coming here. And I'm one of them. You are too right. Like, I don't want to act like I'm not part of the problem. Yeah. Yeah, I've been saying this in Cali since I've been here. I definitely had great experiences. I feel the tribe, whatever down here. I wasn't close to my family. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm gonna get away from it. I'm like you, man. I literally within 2 weeks, within 2 weeks of deciding to move from Minneapolis, I was here, and for real. I said, I can replace all of this. It was a quick turnaround. I said, I I had a similar thoughts. Let's do this.
What made the Bills is when you talk about LeBron and the Lakers. What made the Bills is when you talk about Golden State and Steph Curry's legacy and where they'll be, right? Like, okay, if you don't pay the bills, and I try to put it together, I'm like, yo, SGA has one of the best years you've ever seen. And by the way, this team, Shawn, such a clean group of people like, oh, this team is better than this team with the 80. I'm like, why does it need to be? It's like when I do the draft. Like if I go off the region, I'm like, why do I need to compare it to another white player? Like, why do I need to do that? Like, this team actually reminds me a little bit of the 2014 Spurs team because they're top to bottom really good. They have depth, right? And they can easily win the NBA finals. It's not been about the MVP or Shea. It's been about, I want to win. But it doesn't serve the masses because ratings tell you that people care about the Lakers, which is why every day there's a different narrative about the Lakers. It's a spin on it. So real basketball heads know that OKC is them. But it takes real basketball heads to break these platforms and to say, no, like we're actually going to discuss a team that we actually think deserves the praise. But like I said before, I don't pay the bills.
You need a square, rounded, and square.
I'm trying to do it in the mirror all the time.
Yeah, can't get it right.
I'm like, oh my God, I'm serious myself.
And then do you want the underlip to be squared or rounded?
Square.
What it would be in OKC. So that's a tough balance there. When you're like, well, there's more people that are definitely going to listen to this, so we shouldn't talk about this. It's like, we're about the league. What's good for the league? Yeah. Sports makes an interesting place. Tough. That's an interesting place. Certainly, just like the New York coverage and the LA coverage. And the NFL has this issue. You'll see the Jets and Giants on probably 5 straight primetime games. And they're going to be asked more than one the whole time. And that's because there's guaranteed. So if you want a guaranteed number, here's the way you do it. It's an interesting world, but the league is in a great spot these days, both the NFL and the NBA. Do you feel that as well? I feel like there's a little bit of a swell of positivity around the NBA right now. I think there is. I got a little bit. I got on one today, GM. I got on one today about the whole John Moran. And I get it. Look, you can't mock the commissioner. You know, especially after you got a warning. But like, you know how many NBA finals I watched where dudes go, shot. You know, 13 to 3, by the way, and this means 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Movers, right? It's that way. And it's just like, I see it, and I get it. I'm not sitting up here saying that John Morant should not have done it, but like everybody does it. So I went on a burner this morning, like, all right, that's a really big thing. It's all the line. Just ban all gun jobs. Just do it. So everybody can stop, because he ain't the only one doing it.
Agreed with everything you said, and we said earlier, like, hey, John, they're being unfair towards you, like, you just gotta swallow it.
Exactly.
You know,
I agree with you
it
on that.
sucks that you're being treated unfairly because of things that have happened in the past. You were very young, and we're watching you mature in the spotlight in real time. But it's like, we need John. Like, I think we all agree, as sports fans, we need John on the court. And if this is gonna be something that's gonna take away from that in the future, and inevitably we would like that to disappear, the NFL banned basically all gun references. We were wondering if you could relay the message to John. He needs to.
Pop them off one more time, straight out.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, maybe next start. There's other ways.
Yeah, I like that. Well, just take a grenade. Just roll it up.
Yeah.
You said you're going up to Tom off this week in the Heights?
John, we can get creative with this. I didn't even think about this being 3, you know? Because could you imagine a 4-point play being like, oh, that's amazing, dude. All right.
I like the bowl, but
We appreciate you, Katie. Call it in tomorrow.
Are you a second or a second or third shift?
What time? Yeah, what time?
Yeah, it's jogging morning.
yeah. I do my side gig at 9 o'clock in the morning. And if I don't get out by 4 o'clock,
Yeah, man, Houston, bro, the traffic out here is wild. You know, it's only getting worse as people, more and more people come from out of town.
so you need my physical card or just give you
So I can do tap. You got it? Apple Pay? Yeah.
Dawn Staley back in the days, obviously. UConn, how you doing? Representing Macklin, maybe UConn goes under one. UCLA feels like a staple in the basketball world, and Texas, I was down there practicing.
This is first, like, skill that you cut. Then
Good luck, ladies.
What I do? I do approve.
Steph Curry put the play back there. It's like, he went.
People don't actually say that, are they?
I don't know.
Yeah, I told somebody he only scored 17 and he was left.
What the guy said is he even only scored 17. We would have went at 10. We would like that was perfect.
Have a good week, dog. See you next time.
Right, exactly.
My man.
I watching stuff
Ivory, I apologize.
last night.
My bad.
There was like back-to-back. I read it. The most thing was like most of the game. But there'll be little runs by LA, and obviously they're in the trip there.
What we doing today? Luka had some entertaining situations. You know, he dropped. Do you want me to do a ball or a lightning?
Like the last time Steph
do a ball.
his leg
Yes,
up,
sir.
it's okay, so he shoots.
How's it coming along good?
Man,
he keeps
Oh man. Are you doing it yourself or are you paying somebody?
I'm
doing it myself. Yeah.
That's
my new hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody else's hobby.
Same thing with that grade.
Yeah. So you said a ball mid-take.
Spawn Dancy hit 3 with 28 last night. Like it was 4 back-to-backs at the end of the game.
I'm live, man. We got more bad news last week. They raised our rent again. So Yep. So we are. What am I? So we are out of here as soon as possible. Well, right now we're trying to go to the gas station right here. Let's say as close as possible. Yeah. To where we're at, but we don't. I mean, we could end up in it, but right now we're trying to stay. I mean, we want to stay as close to here as possible. A lot of people live in this area, so we don't want to move off this area and build this area up. But ultimately, we got to go where we can afford, because I don't want to raise prices on people if I don't have to. But they're, everywhere is just more expensive. So if we can find a place that's affordable that we can keep costs down, that's my preference. But at the same time, that might not be as close to this location as I would like it to be. So just know we're going to do our best to stay as close as possible, but it might cost. That's fine. I understand. Yeah, I pride myself on being affordable and reasonable. I treat people like I wouldn't treat like I don't want to pay more than what I'm charging you for a cut. That's why I charge you when I charge you for a cut. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't raking people over the coals just because I can, because I don't think that's not being a good neighbor. I'm a firm believer in doing right by people. So if I can keep the price down, look. We're gonna figure out one way or another. I would like I love y'all. Y'all put me here. I want to keep taking care of y'all. So I don't want to have to go to a new neighborhood. So we're gonna figure it out. It just sucks that people keep squeezing us. But yeah, man.
I'm still gonna come. So
well, no, but again, there are places we can go within this immediate area. I just would like to stay as close to here as we possibly can. Yeah. Exactly. Man, look, bro. I'm trying to fall out of bed and end up in the shop, just like I am now. That's my goal, bro. Yeah. They just said that the stock market just lost $9 trillion in like the last 24 hours or something crazy.
all this unprecedented shit.
Yeah, for real. And it's not unprecedented in like a positive way either. It's bad news. What up, my friend? Got an appointment? Cool.
There it is. Dozens upon dozens of weekend here. They're actually over right
Do you
now.
want all of the sides like this and with the ball taper, or do you want to leave this part alone and just do the ball taper back here, or should I bring all of the sides?
Let me get the size short for sure.
But like here as well, or this part, this like make this light, make all of this light.
Yeah, that's fine.
Talking to a bunch of scouts here, something that they had never seen previously. There's an owner, Jimmy Haslam from the Browns, is here right now as a Colorado Pro Day.
I think he did. What kind was it? Yeah, he did say that. How old?
He just made for preparation. Excited to be here. The Giants are on route to both with the large are actually scheduled to fly out.
How big were he projected?
They said you can get like 30 pounds.
Okay.
We get a little guy.
He'll be a little-ish guy.
Oh, going so fast though.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you want us to do we had
They do grow overnight. My pup just turned 1 in February. And he's already 60 pounds. And he was literally day by day. You could see like he go to bed, wake up a pound heavy. Like, yeah.
When I wake up, it's like a little gremlin.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way.
They've got 2 or 3 other receivers who might get drafted like late in the draft. So they basically had a bunch of guys who are
Is he a cuddle bug or? what's his?
Yeah, he definitely, he's real chill.
What they could do best.
But he, you know, he has his little hyper moments and stuff. But he's like the best looking I ever
So I
had.
think we'll see more
I haven't
areas
raced a
of
puppy in like
pros.
15
Shador
years.
actually grows in the next hour or so here. Shador is not one of those guys who's going to win if you got a
Is that the only one, or do you guys plan to get another?
It's going to be because
I'm
I
gonna stick
still
with this
believe
one, right?
Yeah. So you can manage right now.
I couldn't imagine doing like two.
Not going to be the kind of thing that's going to prevent you or Sanders from being a successful quarterback.
He's been able to make every throw thus far. 55% of his throws were within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage or less. We found that stat
How's your
yesterday.
mom
Great
doing?
tempo, but he had those
fucking right now.
and obviously there's other people.
How long has that been going on?
We just had gotten into it maybe like a week and a half ago.
Okay.
Prospect to scout or something like that because
I don't know, man. I had to cut her off. Yeah, because she be with that drama.
how great this has
And I'm
kind
not
of been shown over
feeling
this
for all of that.
Yeah.
There's so much goes
I'm not
into
gonna
it.
argue with
Which
you. I'm not
team
gonna
falls in
argue.
love with Shador will certainly be a draft night
Yeah,
storyline. Now,
Oh man,
It's a shame. It's a shame.
Trust me, I can't relate. I can't. That's
It's a shame, bro, but I had to do what I had to do.
yeah. So I'm assuming you've had to do that in the past.
My first time, like truly, like blocking.
Okay. 'Cause I was gonna ask, like, if you've done it in the past, like, how did you guys end up reconnecting?
The last time we got into it this bad, it was like 21.
Okay.
Or 20. And I was going through the whole kind of
Yeah.
issue. But now I just feel like she just feels some bullshit and all this. She just wanna like, I feel like she's like a dark side, like, really. And for no reason, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so positive, I'm so drama free and stuff like that. Like, I try my hardest.
Yeah, not a
to
great
keep it
feeling when like hours after your mock goes
She
by,
don't
you
listen
get
to
there
me.
talking about Ty, about how
She don't
they
listen.
were likely to go to
I feel like she don't respect me as my
Steelers
coach.
at 21 as opposed to
You know, I
three
feel
where I
like she
had.
still has this image of me of being.
When I have you think that the Giants.
And so like things I try to like talk to her, like tell her how I feel about the things that she's doing, and she don't hear none of it. So it's like,
Been either in Boulder or at games that they're playing all the way this year. I've noticed the Giants are always well represented. So they have
hurt my feelings real bad, but
maybe their conclusion by the time we get to the 24th.
Yeah, I can. So that's how I am with my dad and my like brother and sister. I feel like there's a lack of respect there, and so for me, it's quite simple. We ain't got nothing to talk about. Yeah, it's quite simple. And it actually, what hurts me about my situation is that I allowed myself to take that treatment simply because they were my brother or sister or dad.
right,
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because I feel like they supposed to do you the best. You supposed to disrespect me. They supposed to build me up. You know what I'm saying? And and so that's what hurt me about it was that the people that I thought were supposed to be my ace bone combs and hold me down and build me up were the people that were holding me down and tearing me down.
that's exactly how I feel like she does. Yeah, I feel like she did it like my life. Constantly. Like anything that has to do with like lifting me up, like
Shador, by the
positive,
way,
she don't
has to be
do.
loved by
She
Travis
just-
for Travis Cook.
I just feel like she's emotionally immature.
Nothing to change. So he's showing up
Yeah,
much
so,
more
like,
which is good, obviously, when it comes to a leadership role.
There's a little bit
We're gonna win this
narcissistic.
season. What season are we in right
I
now?
also feel like she's stuck in her own ways and she refuses to like just take any accountability for
Okay, so on that
the
note,
things that she
there's
says or
one
does.
particular player
Because
who's
if I'm telling you like how I feel about you, like that means I'm trying to mend the relationship.
Right. Given opportunities to make things
Yeah,
work.
I'm actively trying. But if you just keep like dismissing my feelings, it's like
I heard it's incredible. Awesome. 10 out of 10.
I have to say like fuck you to my mom, but
When
like
you guys are doing that,
that's really how I
is that
feel.
because the Steelers don't have a quarterback, and you're like, oh, this makes sense?
Yeah.
Or is it actually stuff that you're hearing?
You know, I feel like I've been trying since I was like a little child.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of felt like when I was doing it on Wednesday, at the very least I could say, I mean, you don't have a quarterback
She don't,
that makes you
like I
Rudolph
said, she
and
don't
Skyler
hear me.
Thompson on the roster.
keep getting beat up from one side,
I don't know that I buy that idea at all.
right.
You know, this is a
Yeah,
team that
you be the fool that keeps taking out abuse.
Exactly.
the playoffs.
Especially harder than
Pittsburgh, you got to aim a little bit higher.
That's what it is.
It truly is. It is. Especially if you're communicating, clear and effectively. Like, hey, when you say this, I feel that. When you do this, I feel that. And they don't hearing you out. I feel like that is absolutely or gouge your eyes or something. You need a square rounding and square.
Yeah, I try to do it in the mirror.
And they just don't give you the dignity of hearing you out. I feel like that's something that is absolutely textbook abuse. Abuse ain't always about putting a cigarette on your back or gouging your eyes out. There are other
Last question here from AJ about quarterback.
So years ago, I heard this say that must have been
It's not that big.
I wonder what up, JJ? Be with you, buddy. It's unfortunate. I feel like so years ago I heard this. I want to say it must have been Indianapolis. I heard this the way we topic or the story. This news what important about how popular it's become to divorce your parents. Not legally, right? Not like go to court and file paperwork formally, but to say, look, I'm 39, I'm a grown ass. This is the way we think of ourselves. This no longer works. And more and more people are leaving their parents behind because of the parents' refusal to evolve and let the relationship get longer and younger. And it made, when I heard that article, I was already kind of like, but then when I heard that argument, I realized it's not just me. It ain't just me that is. This ain't approachable. I don't appreciate it. I don't be like have condescending tones. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people my age and older and younger that have felt this way. It made it easier for me to say, okay, I'm not crazy. I'm justified feeling like I've been in life. I'm communicating efficiently, bro. This ain't appropriate. I don't appreciate that. I wouldn't do you like that. I don't talk to you like that. You know? Right. All she got.
But I encourage her, let's go see them together.
Right.
When they come out,
It sounds very narcissistic. Has she ever seen one?
but I encourage her, let's go see them together.
Right. Yeah, that sounds very narcissistic. Hopefully, one day she'll realize that, you know what, maybe I don't understand. Maybe I don't agree with where it comes from. But I'm learning and I'm willing to put the work in to make sure it works. I'm sure one day she'll realize lean into that. Let that other BS go. Life too short. Hopefully, one day she'll realize that, you know what, maybe I don't understand where you're coming from. Maybe I don't agree with where you're coming from. But I love you and I'm willing to put the work in to make sure that you work.
Yeah.
I'm sure one day she'll realize it's, you know, it's a sad reality.
life, and understand what it takes to get that back.
She'll leave when I'm farming her. And I stand by that.
Bro, that's a problem. And I say it all the time. Yeah, I say it all the time.
You know what I'm saying? And so one of these days, it's going to come to a point where she negotiating and then ain't no telling who takes care of her or how well they do it. Or, you know, it doesn't matter. She took care of you and you were, you know, only person, but it's life. At the beginning and the end.
It does.
You know what I'm saying? And so one of these days, it's going to come to a point where she be negotiating. And ain't no telling who takes care of her or how well they do it. Or, you know.
I was thinking that the other day. I was like, you don't want your kid to throw you in a nursing home or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not. I'm not saying like you have to kiss your kid's ass, so like, but it's like I said, someday you're gonna need my assistance, and I hate for you to piss me off that much.
Yeah. So you just don't care what somebody.
Yeah.
Right. Because once I get to the thing, like delete out my life, like delete all control, like.
Very, very few. Even though some of the things are very big, still, or
Yeah, this puppy came like this is time to fully like refocus my energy.
Distraction.
Yeah. I'm still gonna smile, but that's the type of person I am.
Too many reasons to smile, right? Like there's very few. Even though some of the reasons are very big, it's still many more reasons to look at the bright side of your life, right? To focus on you, even though they're big things. You guys got work on this weekend? Or just last week? Just work, man. Keep your bills paid and figure out how I'm gonna be able to pay these extra fees that this got assessed from the landlord. I'm telling you. Oh, all the time they don't need to do it. They just choose to because they have a schedule of increase that they just have in their mind, like, oh, we're raising way too much. Yeah. I might know their music, but I can't think of the name doesn't sound. Yeah. I feel like my focus has been on the business for so long, like I don't even think about certain things. I don't entertain certain things because I know that like currently it's like on my radar.
Yeah.
Yeah. My birthday. And I would have never. What about the Yeah.
I was one of that concert.
Well, yeah, same. Trust me, but it's just it ain't my plan because of the stuff that keeps coming up.
Yeah.
Wired like so. Yeah. Am I keeping this or what am I doing?
Shoot it down a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the link. What about the line? Yeah, well, I do. I go as high as I can. The line.
You can bring it down a little bit.
Okay. So you
Like
want
it's a little sparse.
Yeah. So down here or halfway?
just working races. But I do try.
Don't get to have a good work life balance.
Yeah, well I do. I go Monday nights, I bowl Wednesday nights. Yeah. So I mean, I usually do as opposed to just working 365. But I do try to pour into what the core of who I am is. The older I get, man, the less I need to do outside the house. But it is nice to get out the house.
Yeah.
You know.
once in a while. Yeah. I think, sucker, did you look into it at all? Or did you just see that he was coming? I saw he was coming. Yeah. Yeah. I think, sucker, did you look into it at all? Or did you just see that he was coming?
I seen he was coming because I seen him on TikTok.
Yeah. Take time off of work just to buy the tickets. Think about her Beyonce when she was like, it was like almost $600. Yeah. Take time off of work just to buy the tickets. Love me some big. She don't need my $600. On the top of the stadium. Yeah, I heard from Beyonce the cheapest ticket you can get was like almost $600. Yeah. I said, ain't that, listen, I love me some beat. Yeah, I love me some beat. She don't need my $600. I said, on the top of the stadium, ain't no way. All right. 146. That's not bad. Yeah, based on what I've heard, because I heard when J. Cole came here a few years ago, the cheapest ticket is $270. How high? 146? That's not bad. Yeah, based on what I've heard, I heard when J. Cole came here a few years ago, the cheapest ticket was $270.
But so those are.
And that, I'm sure they're going to be more expensive when you check out and they add all those fees. Oh, minimum. Oh, so that's. Yeah, dropping. Not dropping. What's the 80?
No, it's actually whatever they call minimum now.
Oh, minimum. Oh, so that's a huge menu. Yeah, dropping. Not dropping. Let's just listen to Chris Brown's music on that number. Yeah, there you go. Rumble party. No. What is it actually on my birthday or just the week of? Oh, let's just listen to Chris Brown's music on that number. Yeah, I'm on YouTube. There you go. Rumble party. What is it actually on my birthday or just the week of? Oh, what day is that? Friday? Monday? Go through the process to see what it actually costs to check out. Go. It's a Monday. Go through the process to see what it actually costs to check out. Okay, you can hit hold it.
Okay, see how.
I'm sure I'll look out for it. So.
Really? When is that coming?
It does seem like throughout this process, people are collecting uncertainties. And what are the questions for the types of
Yeah, I trust you. You'll be the first to know. All right, buddy. Please forgive me. You want help? Yeah, I trust you. You'll be the first to know. All right, buddy. I feel like this. Please forgive me. You want help? Yeah, trust me. I just started pumping iron again myself, and I feel like that.
Got up to the game, something quick, and I was like, I'm about to play. I ended up with 24, 16 rebounds, and 13 assists. And woke up the next man, everybody shaking my hand. I didn't know nobody. Like, yo, you trying to get my varsity?
That is exactly why I can't.
If I just had a mid-game, I don't even have to go anywhere. I'm like,
See, that is exactly why I can't play basketball.
I could, if I just had a mid-game, I would have been cool. I messed around and knew I was Jackson in school. I had like a 16, 15 foot fadeaway, jumping off my bad leg.
Oh, that's not terrible.
Didn't even land on my feet, like and one. No, they didn't call it, but they knew.
Well, is that for the worst season out? Per ticket? Oh, for two. That's not terrible. If you want to go, I would definitely. Well, was that for the worst season out? No, I don't want to.
I'll take it. What site?
So if it's something that you would want to do, if you want to go, I would definitely do something. I would want to go, but I don't. We have a Chris night, Chris Breezy night. So if it's something that you would want to do, I can skip golf, but we can do something else. We have a Chris night, Chris Breezy night.
Easy with me. Spend $11,000 to get a selfie with this. 1100 or 11,000.
Oh, that's not okay. That's still stupid. We do 1.5, 2.
See Breezy with me? Spend $11,000 to get a selfie with this.
Right, exactly. Oh, that's not okay. That's still stupid.
Yeah,
we know 1.5. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Me, that's exactly. I'm telling everybody to say that.
That was really there. Look, that's from 05. I know. That was really there.
That was the last time I saw him say 05. Yeah, I never seen him. I saw him.
Yeah, exactly that.
Running
He was crazy.
out. I think this is a battle of the bands. Like, he wasn't even supposed to be in this concert.
Yeah. Young Chris.
Yeah. Christopher.
Yeah, exactly. If I say you wouldn't even breezy in. Who's Christopher Brown? Yeah, I got it. Okay. I've heard smart people say they think you got the Final Four.
Every time I say something, I'm right. They know.
Yeah, I got Houston.
Okay. I've heard smart people say they think Houston's gonna win that matchup between them and Duke.
They have what they think. So Duke is like the only team like that has that star power that you can expect. Like a solid game. Basically,
Right.
it's one of those. I'm definitely not putting it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm all for it. You want to see.
Yeah.
You just hope to see good. But favorite would be Houston.
I feel like if Houston
Really,
gets past
Houston is going to win that game.
Florida makes it. Florida's
Really?
gonna win. I feel like
I feel like
Florida
they gonna
could
win.
beat Duke.
I was about to say I felt like
But that's I'm only really kind of. I feel like if Houston gets past Duke and Florida makes it, Florida's gonna win it. I feel like if Duke wins, they gonna win.
But that's, I'm only really kind of regurgitating opinions of the stuff I've heard on this. I watched a part of the time I saw Florida play. See, I can't remember Florida played in the league.
It might have been this one.
That was the only time I saw Florida playing.
It just looks solid. It's not the most impressive teams have all been beaten because they've also expanded the most people. They'll play up and then they'll have like one great game and one good game. They're losing, they're good. Like Alabama, I have to actually which Alabama is 5%, but they just didn't have to. And everybody on their team go for 10 to 15. Take that off.
Well, their time with Denver, but Denver has like 2 more.
Lakers out here.
Well, so we're both
Yeah, so that's their time with Denver.
Yeah,
But
because
Denver has like 2 more wins.
Oh, where they came from.
Well, so we're both at 30 losses. So that's fine.
Yeah, we're just games behind.
Yeah, because of the five.
No, you know what? I think we have.
To have like 6 to 7 more.
5. I believe it's 5. We have 6 going into it. No, you know what? I think we have.
But 82 games, I think we're 46 and that would be 6 if we make it. Yeah. Who would you rather split first?
Well, I would rather.
I've been going back and forth with myself and trying. I feel like I'm okay to lose to Denver. I can't see the mind lose to
Well, I could see. I would rather him lose to Golden State.
Lost them twice.
I feel like
That's a
there's plausible deniability to losing to Golden State.
greatest shooter of all time.
When you had
One of the best coaches in
and
basketball.
you lost to them twice,
One of the greatest
swept
defenders of all time.
that's a worse one for me than going up against the greatest shooter of all time.
That to me, that's more palatable than going down.
One of the greatest defenders of all time in Draymond. Is this a well-oiled machine? That to me, that's more palatable than going down to Denver. Personally.
I think we're
Okay, so who do we match up with for everybody?
and I think we don't match up well against them.
Well,
Honestly, it's different. I see it.
I don't think we match up. I think we're a mismatch for everybody, and I think we don't match up well against them. I think offensively, like can't nobody really see us. But I feel like if we go against Golden State in the playoff,
Have a really rough.
we don't want nothing to do with because I think Butler guards LeBron better than most. I think Draymond can pretty much make Luka have a really rough series.
I would probably rather not.
Yeah,
He's still going to get a 30, but it's an inefficient 30 that helps everybody.
Exactly. So I feel like I would probably rather not see the Warriors because they don't defend. What's up, best friend? They don't defend the three-point. That's why they were winning all those games early when the Cowboys did. Because they were betting that team would hit those threes and they were taking. I feel like. Yeah. So what's up, best friend? How you doing? I don't want. It's not our stuff. But yeah, I feel like no. So honestly, I don't think it matters. I don't think it's not our.
It's just gonna come down to you gotta hoop.
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of like it doesn't matter, but I'd rather see Denver because we can player for player. We don't have a defense to stop Golden State. Not in it's like we just gonna have to outplay it. Plain and simple. There's no defensive scheme that we can do that's gonna be like, oh, that's gonna keep Curry up. Because like yesterday, random players like anybody else have 30 or what could. Even if we stay in the game.
I do think Luka ordinarily figures it out. I want to say he had like 11. What do you have, like 11 or 12? Or maybe it was 16. He didn't shoot particularly well. He wasn't the
And I get their defensive scheme. They have but it's just his beats are so bad. Like I get it. It's like let him get beat so that he can switch. But if it's straight lines,
what was that?
all I know is this weekend's the tryout for the Sparks.
Oh, okay. The what's that?
Yeah, they need practice players, so they opened up a tryout for Los Angeles Sparks.
Oh, okay. The
WNBA. Yeah. Every ex-player, all our group chats like resurrected, and they were like, "Hey, who's playing?" So I'd be surprised if they had less than 300 people attending Saturday.
Are you headed back to town this week?
I thought about it. I told them I if my knee. I don't even know if
You're probably like.
They told me I made it. There's no way I can pay more than the regular best job.
I would know
When the WNBA players are not making that.
You're probably like, I bet I would be shocked if you're making more than $500. I would be shocked.
Yeah,
I would be shocked.
This is really a job for the college players who are already, or those who are trying to just like get through the door to the NBA. That's perfect.
I would be shocked.
Yeah, I looked it up. I was like, all right, what's the average? So I'm like, $140,000 per year for like your average WNBA contract. Nobody gets paid more than $350. The chances of me getting close, and that's all new. The chances of me getting above 50.
Trust me. Like, to be a private spot, isn't their season like 3 months long?
They play half.
I would say, trust me. Like, you 50. No, absolutely not 13.
You'd be lucky to go ahead and see 10 more.
Exactly. I want to say for 3 months, 90 days.
You doing this for the resume, which is fine.
Yeah, that's 12, 13. That's like 15 weeks. Man, I'm telling you. If you see 3,000, I'd search.
Yeah, like practice players don't typically travel. In college, they do.
And I mean, it would be, you're right. It'd be great. You know, because I'm good at searching. WNBA practice squad. People might be like, they might suck it. And I mean, it would be, you're right, it'd be a great resume. WNBA practice squad. And people might be like, they might suck their teeth because be like, bro, that's a competitive position to be in.
Yeah, because same thing for college. Like, those people will go from that into equipment manager roles, and then eventually it's like they try to work their way into the league or on a college staff. Like, my equipment manager at a NAIA school is now the equipment manager for Skyforce, which is the Heat's G League team. So now she's traveling the country. Like, she has to go with the mega run. And then she does every summer league, so then she's with the Heat for that. She's like, get an equipment manager for JV and what?
No. But she knows what she can go. Did she play for women's team or no?
But she knows sports. Yeah. She could go into coaching or something. That's how I got better.
Yeah. been doing cardio for a while. I just got back into lifting. Yeah, I've been doing cardio for a while, but I just got back into upper body, literally just Monday. So far, I've gone every day. I do upper body Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I do lower body Tuesday, Thursday. I don't think I'm going to really. Then I do 30 minutes on my lift every day. Well, Monday through Friday. I might do that after. I don't think I'm going to wake up early enough tomorrow morning. But Sunday, I'll at least try. I might do that after I get off work. I don't be doing anything. So I might just do the cardio at night.
Even though I did work out for an hour, that's a rest day.
Like an exercise bike?
No matter what, I got a bike for 90 minutes.
Do you do like an exercise bike or do you actually get outside?
I used to go outside and they took all the bikes downtown.
Oh, so you were using one of them just public bikes? Oh, okay.
I used to ride bikes. After about an hour, best way, especially with my knee right now. I'm not running. I'll be going like that for a while. I'm not running. Like what I'm watching on my phone, I only bike for sure an hour maybe. But I only have until 4 because I told him I'm bringing food over.
So
you told me you like 100 reps, 200 reps.
So this week for lower body. So for upper body, like Mondays, I'll do incline. I'll do 155, 3 sets of 16, but then like my arm curls. So I superset all my big muscles. So what I call big muscle, bench, incline, decline, squat. I superset those with sets of 30. Okay. With the curls, I'll do 100. I'll do 3 sets of 30. No, that's a lot.
40, 30, 30.
No, I do 20 with lightweights. Like I'll do 20 curls with, and then I'll do 15 pound, 20 pound, 15 pound curl, 20. And then I'll do 12, so I'll do 32. I haven't done that. I have 12 curls, 30. I haven't done that. I won't start that until next week. I just like to get a new sort of start, so that I can kind of get back into lifting without going too hard right away and not being able to pump. Exactly. And then my legs days, I'll do 4 sets of 12 squats, just at 155. 3 sets of 35. And then I'll do leg curls. I'll do 3 sets of 30. 3 sets of 35. I'll do 3 sets of leg curls. But again, it's moderate weight. I'm not doing it. Yeah, I'm not. But then I'll do 3 sets of 35 with leg extensions. So leg curls and leg extensions, 3 sets of 35. 3 sets of and then decline. Yeah, incline is the same thing. I'll do 3 sets of, incline, decline. So incline I do 12, but decline and bench I do 16. 3 sets of 16. I just know to start. I just kind of, actually, I'll probably do 3 sets of 16 for incline as well. I just know to start. I'm just warming my muscles.
Like I do that because I don't do cardio, so I figure I'll actually do 30 minutes of cardio.
But then, yeah, and like I do that. I don't enjoy doing cardio, so I figure I'll actually do 30 minutes of cardio.
I'm no longer trying to
Then I'll
be
just do that.
and I'm not trying to fight.
The way you're lifting is transparent.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, because I'm no longer trying to be an explosive athlete. I'm not trying to fight. When I was, so it's like, man, I'm a. But when I was, when I was on that, I was in MF Wood. Oh yeah, no, I was doing pyramids.
When I was building strength and explosive,
Yeah,
a bunch of
I was doing smaller. I was building strength and explosion. I was doing higher weight. I was doing a bunch of smaller reps, higher weight.
I'm trying to kind of train a little smarter. I'm like too low. I put out for like through a week. So let's say I did 4 times.
Every day?
Okay. Through a week. So let's say I did 4 times. Yeah. My body too low. I'm like, since I feel like how my body is kind of like
doing the type of workouts that I do now.
I felt like when I was hooping, doing the type of workouts that I do now helped me help my wind and endurance.
Oh, it's actually like 100%. Yeah. Exactly. I don't necessarily. I can't beat them on speed.
Yeah, because I literally
Exactly.
play. I would play basketball 8 hours.
Yeah, because I literally would play. I would play basketball 8 hours a day, probably anywhere from 2 to 4 days a year. Where I'm from is where Lifetime is headquartered, and so we used to have 24-hour Lifetime like that. But then there was a couple fights that happened at like midnight that turned into melees, and they were like, "Yeah, we can't have that. We're not at the airport." So a lot of guys back in the day, we were right next to the airport, and so there's a lot of guys that work for the airport that work second shift.
I tell you, we were running at
Until 8, 9, 10. I'm telling you,
3 a.m., 2 a.m. and
no, I tell you, we were running at 4 a.m.
It was one of the best times of my life.
3 a.m., 2 a.m. and bro, it was lit.
Y'all used to do 24.
I mean, it was one of the best times of my life.
We all used to do 24. Everybody worked part-time, whether it's night or whatever. Everybody worked 10 to 11. Everybody worked part-time, whether it's night or whatever. We all pull in. Catch a random.
Yeah, no, bro.
Yes. It was, man. Do you remember? I want to say it was called
Yes.
The Sixth
It was,
Man with
man.
Dean Carter.
Do you remember? I want to say it was called The
Yeah,
Sixth.
it's a basketball movie. I want to say Marlon Wayans was in it.
Yeah, it's a basketball movie. I think Shawn was in it. And so one of the guys from that movie,
He actually is a basketball
was he would hoop with us. He actually is a basketball trainer. But yeah, he would hoop with us. Apparently he played overseas here. And yeah, he hooped with us. I can't remember what this guy. I think he was an NFL guy. He would come and he had a bunch of guys. He had a bunch of guys that were like no-name NBA guys that came and hooped with us. And you could you didn't know who they were, but as soon as they got on the court, you were like, okay, that dude is talented. Yeah, there's some skills right there. Yeah, there's some skills.
Now we got random people like living at the like now we got random
You hoop it in a different
area.
Yeah, so you hoop it in a different area. Yeah. I also do what we didn't have cameras in the gym.
Now it's big. Yeah. The same day the next week they might not post something, but the same day the next week they might not post something. So whatever. I remember last Thursday.
I don't know what it's like in California because I've never.
I don't know what it's like in California because I've never stepped foot in California. I cannot believe how few basketball courts I see in the state of Texas.
I mean, you can find parks, but nobody has parks.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I just don't understand why.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I just don't understand why in a state that's got warm weather for at least 11 months out of the year, why you have such a hard time. What up, my man?
Yeah, I can't understand why.
Yeah, I can't understand why in a state that's warm weather, why there's not more basketball.
They have places that have like no dedicated leagues for games. And
those get really awesome. Like we can control the line. Yeah, but that's also taking my hand. That's a lot of amazing stuff. Not too far. Almost every part of that.
Yeah, there was when I first moved to Houston, I lived in
There was an elementary school right across from me. There was our first shop I worked at. The first shop I worked at was a barbershop. It was a middle school on my street over from my shop. One street over from my shop. I wouldn't even call it I wouldn't even call it a basketball blacktop. It just had like it was a blacktop. They had like side by side. Yeah, it was like eight. You could get side by side. You could play a bunch of one. Like you couldn't get a run in, but you could play a bunch of one-on-one. Close enough. Which is close enough. Outside was one of my friends.
And honestly, there's not enough basketball. I thought there'd be more warehouses.
That's been something that honestly, that's been something I've seen those about. Because I've seen those businesses, those basketball businesses, where they turn a warehouse into a basketball court.
They go best when you have a partner who's, let's say you have a bunch of they'll make sure they manage it, because then they'll make sure so it's like you make their money, if you weren't, they make their money, if you weren't hard like that, you're always you're always I'll get a $1 million. I'm gonna make sure I'm booked for every dollar. The weekends, if you can get a tournament booked there, tournament bring in anywhere from like 500 per team, 500 to 700 per team. And if you have 20 teams there, 4 families. We were supposed to have my second league started on Sunday. We started tournaments there. He said, I like this. He said, I'm gonna push y'all back one more week. We're gonna get another tournament. It's money. He's transparent. He's like, look, they pay me this much. Keep it above. Yeah. He has 2 courts. He got 2 courts. After my company game, 10 hours, 12 hours there. 4 games, 40 days. Generate 10 grand, pay the rest. Pay somebody who's hot. As opposed to the time that's paid $100 for 2 hours. Watch your foot. You, sir? No, we're good. Oh.
Change. That's me. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
What up, my friend? Mr. Hound?
Let's go, man. Here we go. See you.
Is it a 1.5 we do? Yes, sir. Will you keep him in swim lessons forever, or just until he's?
So my son actually lives like
Okay.
just for man, got you. So we got her in that
pretty much learned how to float in
Yeah,
swim
yeah,
school.
yeah.
You know what
But that's
I mean?
my point. Is it just for survival or? Okay.
Yeah. So this early, so she just turned 1, so this is just purely survival, just getting her not to freak out.
Yeah.
If she falls in the pool, she knows just to float.
Yeah.
So she's been going to that every day for a week.
Nice.
And yesterday she passed her test. They just put her in the pool and she was able to just lay
That's
there.
dope.
And we did the same thing with Baker, and he was swimming free, so
Yeah.
we were hoping to do the same thing with her and get her just used to it. Sarah's parents have a pool in their backyard. That's the last thing we want to worry about. Yeah, man. Especially since they can open doors and shit.
Kids will find a way. Knock down them barriers.
But we did like this private, it's like a swim instructor in a pool for about a week, and then we take them to, we did for Baker, we took them to like a swim school. And it's just once a week, or once a day for a week. That really helped him a lot. He just kind of built his confidence, and then now he's finally at the point where he can turn his head and swim. Freaks a lot of people out watching him. He can't swim. There's a lot of kids that are his size with like water rings on and stuff. So there's sent to them in the pool. So a lot of nervous moms all through that.
It's unorthodox, but it works.
Yeah. Because he can hold his breath for a really long time, so you're like borderline get worried for a minute. Then he pops up and you're like, did you see me? And he goes right back under. So.
So, you know, you take a good with the bad. My current bad is the landlord. So we sold, the landlord sold to a new landlord 2 years ago. Yeah, and in 4 years, and in 2 years, they raised our rent 4 times. One being last week, they raised it again. So we have a hunch, so the family came in and just randomly asked us questions at a time where we didn't know this building was for sale. Then a few months later, we see whom we think was the same family walking the property. We then find out from one of our neighbors that it was sold. And I'm like, oh, I didn't even know it was for sale. There's a property management company that, so the landlord, the original landlord was the property manager. Now the new landlord has outsourced it. So what we've come to find out is that they can pay for property management through our lease, which is what they're doing. So
charge more and then cover that cost.
Yep. So we're basically paying his salary, and he gives himself annual raises apparently, or semi-annual raises apparently. So it's super shit. And it sucks because our leases, we have a year. We have till next April next year to get out of here. We got to give them 6 months notice, which that puts us at November. We're going this month. Like we're going. Yeah. Because there's no question that we're out.
I did it 4 times. I don't blame you.
Yeah, we got to go. And
It sucks though. You got a lot of work.
But we want to stay as close to this neighborhood as possible because of all, what I'm saying? Yeah, but yeah, man, we gotta go.
I mean, what's good news is there are a lot of like other retail centers being popped up all over the place, so that could give you the opportunity to get in at a low rate.
Well,
or even more favorable than what you have.
See, I don't know. That's the problem is because everywhere. So our contract is from 2020. Matter of fact, we negotiated. Yeah, we negotiated. Exactly. We negotiated our terms during COVID, so we did. And like I said, the old landlord was not exploiting the lease the way that this new company is. You know what I mean? So they're gonna find a way to get us to the rate that other places are charging us. Yeah, the market rate. The problem is that this isn't a good strip mall. We are generating the foot traffic for the strip mall.
Yeah, I was gonna say because wasn't there a business next door that
just left? They just left in February.
Did the same thing happen to them?
So
do you have a relationship with all of them?
Vaguely. Yeah, vaguely. They, from what we understand, they told the landlords they just couldn't afford to keep paying these increases. In addition to that, they weren't doing very well from like, they weren't getting a lot of traction in the community. It was a med spa.
Okay.
Yeah, it just, he had grand ideas of what the business was going to do, and it never got off the ground like that. So, what we don't know is if he was able to leave penalty free, or if he took a hit by closing it down without, because he opened up his business 2 years after we did, and he's out of here now a year before our lease is up, and all of us had to sign a 5-year lease. So he literally has 3 years left on his lease. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But
so when you sign your 5-year lease, are you obligated to go year to year from there? Or
no. So it's
you to sort another 5 years?
Yes. So it's a 5 and 5.
That's interesting. Is it's a fixed lease, but then they have the rights to change your rates whenever.
Well, because because I know you do like something with commercial. Yeah. So yeah. No. You're the guy I wanted to talk to.
Yeah.
So they are exploiting the triple net. That's where they're putting all the extra stuff that the original landlord was not doing. Yeah. So that's where we're getting screwed because our lease terms are the same. We had a graduated lease. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but our first year terms were one number, and then every year it went up 2%. Yes. But then it tops out at the 5-year mark. So if we were to extend our lease, we're just gonna do another 5 years at this rate, which now it's untenable because they keep exploiting the triple net portion, and that's the issue.
They need to realize that too, because they're like having empty strip centers. Nobody wants to be there.
So what I don't understand is
they're trying to scare the only solid tenant that they have.
Dog, we pay rent on time every time. Never late. There was one time where they sent us the wrong link to the payment portal. It was the very first time. Other than that, we've had 4.5 years of perfect payment history.
You don't treat your anchor tenant.
Yeah. So I don't get it, but I honestly don't care. We want to be positioned better on a busier road anyway.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, especially if we're going to be paying what the competitive market rate is. You know what I'm saying? So like,
get the traffic out.
Exactly.
Get more bang out.
Yeah. So what my question is what I don't understand. I know that as a business owner, I can show losses for 3 years and write them off from like a tax purpose. But like the strip mall across the street from U-Haul right here, they have been less than half occupied for at least 8 years. So I'm like, what? That can't be good for business. They must be getting some kind of a tax break or something.
So what happens with a lot of these companies is they have multiple assets.
Right.
Some of those are performing so well that it helps take care of the underperforming. So that in that situation, like I work with a lot of these people that own a lot of these centers, and obviously some are doing better than others.
Right.
I mean, if they have the flexibility, if they have a very solid location with a lot of really good tenants, honestly they can have that option to raise those rents because those tenants are happy where they're at.
Right.
They're making enough money to where it makes sense for them. And those properties help pay for the ones that are performing as well. So you're not going to have a portfolio of 20 assets in every single block.
Yeah.
Baller. Well, some of the people are. They make good decisions, but you're going to come across some duds or some ones that struggle, and then that's their operating model because they don't see it as one property, or some people don't see it as one property. They look at the portfolio as a whole. Yeah. And if it's not performing well, they'll sell off the entire portfolio. They won't just sell off the one asset because some of these companies have hundreds of assets. They're not looking at the asset level. Yeah. Whereas the smaller code folks, they are looking at it on an asset by asset level. So that's why I was like asking the owner and the operator, because if they have $1 billion under or those new centers on the ship too.
Right.
It's not going to be a difference. All those dudes are making hundreds of millions of dollars. Just crazy as hell.
Yeah.
It sucks right now. The market really sucks.
Right.
It's hard for me right now. There's a lot of transactions happening. And that's pretty much make my money off of is by buying and selling.
But is your territory down here, or is it in Chicago, or like?
So I'm all over the place. So
Okay.
my main territory is Texas.
Oh, it is.
When I came into my role, though, we already had a rep in Texas, so we had a rep that kind of had all the main large attack grounds in Texas.
Yeah.
So he kind of took all the major players, because he's been here for 20-some years. And so I got like pretty much the rest, all the greenfield Canadian business that come in. I get a lot of that stuff. But I have like the Midwest all the way up to Chicago, all the way up to North Dakota.
Yeah, there's not a lot going on up there.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you got to get all the states. I'm like, well,
Thanks.
7 of them are trash, so I was 13. So. A lot of everything I do is like Midwest, Texas, mainly just Texas. Yeah, that's something. Have you guys thought about like if you were to go anywhere, like where would you just go down? Like,
So we want to stay as close to this geographic location as possible.
Yeah.
We have, we might have an opportunity to do something a little different, but there's a gas station right here that's cruising. There's an empty lot there. They want to be with a restaurant.
Yeah.
So we are hoping that that doesn't work out and they let us in. They're already talking crazy about what they want for their lease. I think it's worth what they're asking, but I know they're over asking. But yeah, so I reached out to them last year when they first kind of got going, and they said they weren't gonna put a barbershop near the gas station. They wanted a restaurant, and so then I just had a chance encounter with one of the co-owners of the strip mall a couple months ago, and he was like, "Oh no, I'm open to anything at this point." So, but they had a meeting with a restaurant a week or two ago, so I told him I was going to check back in with them around this time.
I mean, you can even make the point that restaurants fail all the time. You've been in business thriving for how many years?
Yeah, 5, yeah. Right, across the street from where they're currently at.
Stability, I mean,
Yeah.
I see a Mexican restaurant that has business.
Yeah.
They just keep popping them up.
Right.
And I guarantee that's what they're going to put there. Yeah. But they can a mom and pop Mexican restaurant.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wish there's.
Do you have relationships with these landlords, or like who is your relationship with? Are you with them?
Like the equity investors that are like super high up.
Okay.
I can't really do it. Like they wouldn't even have visibility on some of this stuff because their heads are too high to fly.
Yeah.
They do more of the big picture stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why I was asking all the questions.
Yeah.
Just to try to learn and see what I know. But
Right.
unfortunately, like my business is like we like provide software for like financial analysis of other businesses. So if like this strip center, they would create a model or a business model for it or a financial model for it, they use our software to create that. And our software has become like an industry standard for anybody who buys and sells in commercial real estate. So a lot of our banks, like Bank of America, Capital One, all of those are using our software, so it's become a standard for a lot of other people. So we sell, that's like a big piece of our business, and we do a lot of like advisory work, so people who launch different investment vehicles or funds. Companies will launch like a $500 million fund to just buy a bunch of properties. We sell advisory services to help manage, appraise those properties, because if you own, let's say you own a portfolio and you have a bunch of investors asking you for reports, you can't say that that property is worth $1 trillion. You know, you have to give you value. Yeah, you have to have a third party come in and tell you that you're appraised. Yeah, you have to get it. Yeah, you need to reappraise, but you have to have a third party come in and basically keep you level set, so that way
You don't
your investors,
overinflate or
you're not over there, sandbagging your numbers, or you're taking advantage of your investors. We're like a consulting or advisory part of that. So that's where we mainly focus. Not so much on the other side, but before I moved to this new market, I work with a lot of like smaller retail, like they have a handful of retail centers. Now everybody I talk to work from very different backgrounds. Oh yeah. So like, I'm starting this fund, I'm launching it with like $100 million in my own money, and I'll get like $50 million from another $500 from my family. I'm like, we come from very different backgrounds.
For real. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Insane. The wealth gap is huge in this country. Yeah. I remember Shaq was making a point about when he thought he had made it. He was like, I think he said something, I think his dad said something to him. It's like, you might think you're rich because you made $1 million or however much money. But he goes, how rich you gotta be to pay somebody for what you just paid? And then he's like, that's when he expanded his horizons. And he's like, you know what, I gotta think more about being in business.
Yeah, his dad really kickstarted his entrepreneurial mindset.
Spirit and whatnot.
Yeah, I thought that was super interesting. I did see that.
Yeah.
Like this, I was like, what the hell is Shaq in every commercial?
I know.
He has a piece in every business.
Yeah,
and I
Wingstop.
saw that, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. You know. You gotta have that money to make it. You gotta do it right.
Well,
You have to do the same thing. You know.
right. No, trust me.
All I need is a solid $1 million investment.
No, I'm with you. But you know, whatever happens, we're gonna do our best to stay as close as possible because not to get all sentimental, but I don't want to get the clients. Like I'm happy with the people that I've already started to establish. Yeah. So I'd much rather. Yeah.
I would definitely appreciate it if y'all stay.
Yeah. No, I'm not, because I got a lot of clients that come from Sugar Land, Richmond, Sharon, whatever those cities, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Southwest.
Yeah. So I don't want to be a moving target and make too many people have to go too far because eventually they're going to get out. So I would like to keep.
Because that's kind of what happened to me. I found a barber shop that I really liked. And the barber ended up moving. He went like about 40 minutes away. I'm like, sorry, he went in like into town. So I was like, I'm fighting traffic. And, I got to drive 40 minutes just to get my hair cut. I'm like, that's not going to work. I'm going to stay over here.
Well, I'm going to do my best to make it as easy on you as possible.
I mean, right now my job's on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
I can't get any easier. So
right.
Other than that, I'm pretty spoiled.
Good. Yeah, we waiting for correspondence from the from the property manager.
This property manager, huge gatekeepers. They can kick tires and wait all day if they wanted to.
Yep, they don't care. Check still clears.
They have a deadline.
Yeah, so we're waiting to see. I mean, honestly, man, I'm really confident that we're gonna be able to make the best of this transition. I wouldn't mind if we can get out of here early, penalty free. Then I'm gonna absolutely do whatever I gotta do to lock that. Yeah, man. So hopefully.
Hey, we can get out of here next week. We'll be able to
So
get up and running by like maybe 2 weeks.
I think so. Yeah, because I don't know about that location, but there's that strip mall across from the U-Haul right here on 529. Behind that is a warehouse mall that has 2 units available closest to 529. So while we wouldn't be as visible as we want to be, that would be half of what we're paying for overhead here. Yeah. So it's like,
and you still already have your client base.
Exactly.
So it's not like
so instead of making a left, they make a right.
Yeah.
So I feel like we could land on our feet if they were to say, okay, fine, get out of here by the end of the month. I'd be like, bye. No problem.
And save half?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's crazy, man. 4 times in 2 years.
4 times in 2 years.
I mean, I understand it because I see
right.
it. Interest rates are shit right now.
Yeah.
I need that to change. I'm trying to look for a new job if it doesn't.
Yeah, I feel like we're probably in a similar tax bracket. So you and I are both kind of the same boat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, I appreciate it, brother.
Always
Good
a
luck,
pleasure.
man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'll be in touch. Though.
Yeah.
I think Baker's gonna get a haircut here soon.
Okay.
We'll be done here soon, probably.
See you shortly.
Alrighty, man.
All right, buddy. You too.
I was interested to see sort of the type of throws that you were so far. And it's really another thing that can do is you can provide a snapshot of throws that you didn't have to make regularly in college.
Everything good?
Living the
Bye, pretty ladies. Have a good
Bye,
day.
thank you.
See you, buddy.
He's great.
Today Friday, isn't it? Yeah. We got the wrong playlist. What is it, New Jack Swing or Run DMC? Have a week later. Have a good one. Do you remember who was selling the bed for $75? Oh, okay, cool, okay, cool. Because I'm gonna see that family Monday, and I was like, shit, I gotta tell them something. I can't remember who. You say what? 6.245. I'm pretty sure that's what. Nah, bro, that's a bad loan. You already closed? So if you would have consulted an independent mortgage broker, they would have been so like I don't speak that language, but when I got hooked up with a person I worked with, he was an independent, and like the builder, they had a rate similar to what you got, right? An entry level rate that graduates. And like right, and like the loans aren't as simple as I'm going to pay 2.4% this year and then 4.5 by the end of whatever. There's some hidden stuff, and there are things that don't benefit you as a consumer, which is why if you can afford it, if you can afford to do a different type of loan, you would be better off. You didn't get like
So the house was 276.
okay.
They gave me a deal for 265. So
Okay.
you know,
Yeah, take some more out right there.
my monthly mortgage.
Who was the builder, by the way? M&I? What's you bought it? Well, you must have bought it from M&I.
So like I had like a in-family realtor.
Yeah.
And we just went through her.
No, I get it. I'm just saying, but the current occupant of the home was the builder. Yeah. Okay. To make sure.
It was like newly construction.
Yeah.
So like the whole,
What neighbor or what city?
this was Hong Kong.
Oh, you up the street? Okay. Yeah, they so most of the time they give you what looks like a really good rate.
Yeah.
What can
How you know about that?
Well, because when I lived in Lantana,
Okay.
it was NI and Beezer were the two homes in there.
I think they do with the new construction.
In my neighborhood where I currently live, they are also in that neighborhood, and one of my clients is a district manager of MI. Yeah, of MI Home. So so that's why I know of it. And I actually got one of my clients a job with her company. So those are like I said, I don't speak the language, so I can't articulate what my person told me when I got my loan. But basically, if you can afford to get different loans, from independent mortgage brokers, they're going to give you better loan products. Of course not.
Yeah, it's my first time.
Yeah. Because I don't think they know, and ultimately they want you to buy a house.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying? Because
They just kind of rushed the project. So when we see the house, my girl was like, yeah, I want this.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, it's good.
Yeah.
I wasn't really trying to, close in this early.
Yeah.
She was like, the rates are a little low right now. She just showed me.
Yeah. See, and so one of the other issues with your loan is you can't refi for like 4 or 6 years.
She told me 4 years.
Right, and the reason that is because they have to make that money back. And if you do refi before that time, there's a large penalty payoff.
And it was something regarding like a first-time home buyer.
Yeah, you got a home first home buyer.
But the mortgage was $2,300 a month.
23. Okay. So my 6.24.
Yeah.
Now, does your mortgage include your
Everything.
escrow? Yeah, your escrow for your taxes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I found it weird how you got to buy a mailbox.
Yeah, it's weird stuff like that. Now, both of my houses can't get a mailbox.
I'm like, wait, what?
So that's interesting. They charge you for that type of stuff.
I don't know, it was $20, but still.
I mean, but still, the fact they charge you for it, like, that's insane. Insane.
It was like a new. I think it's like if you buy the home, like we're the first people that live in the house. It just got built.
Yeah.
So I think that's why.
Well, but that's how. Do I got it? 77. Yeah, that's how my last 2 houses have been. I was the first occupant. You said 757?
Yes, sir.
Doing tap? You want a receipt?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you, ma'am. But yeah, congrats. When did you guys even start the process? I didn't even know you were looking at it.
It's been going on for like since I came back from tour.
Yeah.
But she's been talking about it.
Did you
Both got
guys?
money saved up, so we might as well.
Yeah. Did you guys have any closing costs, or did they take your off?
It was the closing cost was kind of like they kind of took half of it out, but in total we had to pay $15,000 like with the closing cost. Yeah. Down payment.
Yeah, I think I had.
deposit down payment.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like my closing cost was like around 20,000.
Oh,
they told me initially it was gonna be like 35.
Yeah.
So I think I saved.
I think I saved because of the first time home buyer as well.
Yeah.
I think that's the part that kind of showed us too, like that it was 15,000.
And you said the real estate agent was somebody
We knew. Yeah, it's in the
remember?
family.
Now, why Tombo?
That's what it was the cheapest, like in our range.
Yeah.
For a new construction deal.
Yeah. Now, Tombo is kind of like Cypress. It's starting to grow out there.
It's starting to grow. Either it was that or we were gonna move to
The Woodlands. Okay.
but that's still kind of close to each other.
And then number 4, Texas and South Carolina took off in just over 4 hours. Then UConn takes on UCLA. So I know what I'm going to be watching tonight. Now welcoming in our Women's Basketball Hall of Famer. So he knows what it takes to win this tournament. Carolyn Test coach has always
So you guys closed yesterday? So you started moving it yesterday?
Closed yesterday. We're gonna get the keys in Thursday.
Wow. Closing, you're supposed to get the keys at closing? That's
They didn't give us the
insane.
keys. They didn't give us the keys. They were like,
Who is your
I
real
think
estate
there were
agent?
still some work needed to be done. It'll be done by Wednesday. I was like,
Bro,
but
that's...
she didn't tell me though. Like before we paid it, she didn't tell me.
Man, that sounds illegal as shit to me, bro. I used to be in real estate. I'm telling you, that don't sound right.
She didn't tell me. said like they were working because everything's like electronic in the house, like
Right.
AC, like you control from your phone, and they were like they didn't finalize all that before.
Respectfully, none of that shit matters. You're not supposed. No,
Yeah.
bro, that's crazy. Who is like?
She's like a family member, but she's not really like. I'm
Yeah.
not that close with her. But
Sounds
my
like
dad kind of just recommended me. Yeah,
bro. So how long has she been a real estate agent?
I don't know.
Neither does she. Yo, I'm telling you, bro, like that, man. I wish you the best, bro. I don't think that's. So I never was a real estate agent in Texas, and I ain't been a.
She gave us the key the day before yesterday, just to go look at it, and then when we closed out, that's when my girl started asking for the key. She was like, "So when can we move our stuff?" Because she already, the apartment we're living at right now, she already told them like we're breaking the lease.
Yeah.
So after that, she told them Wednesday, and she got mad. My girl got mad. So we gotta move everything to storage right now.
Bro, that's
what caught us off guard.
crazy. Yeah, it caught me off guard hearing that. That man, that's a bad. That sounds terribly bad. Yeah, when you're supposed to get your keys at closing. Yeah, that's.
And you see, like the sign I just showed you, it says
Yeah.
sold on it too. So
Yeah. Nah, bro, that's man. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's insane. I'm gonna have to see if I can get a hold of my connect at MI. Ask her if everything, if that sound, if that, like I said, I've never been a real estate agent in Texas. I was a real estate agent in Minnesota from 12 to 16. Yeah. And I've done everything though. But yeah, I have my license back in Minnesota. And so in every state, you got to get a national license just to get an understanding of like how real estate works in America. And then you get a state certification or license or whatever. So I had a national and a Minnesota license. So I know, generally speaking, how real estate works in every state, but I don't know specifically how it works in Texas. I bought and sold a house. Bought 2 houses, sold 1. So far in Texas, and I'm telling you, that is fishy business. Yeah, like literally the point of closing is.
at the same time, she was kind of transparent. She was like, "You can pull up anytime. Like you can see them working."
Yeah, but
okay.
but that don't
And she
change
was
the
like-
fact that the point of closing
Yeah.
is changing the title from them to you.
Yeah. And
That's
then
insane.
She was like, when my girl brought up the storage part, she was like, "So we was supposed to we can put it in the garage for now."
Of the house?
Of the house. We can put our stuff in the garage, but not inside. I've been having bad luck with like the car too. I just had bad luck with that for a whole week.
This one?
So I just, you know when I bought it.
Yeah.
Like we leave it last week, and the engine overheated the day after I left the barbershop.
Yeah.
I leave the day after, and I'm telling them, I'm like, what's going on with this? Like,
And yesterday she passed her test. They just put her in the pool and she was able to just lay there and float. So we did the same thing with Baker. And
Right,
he was
I heard that part.
same thing with her. She used to be this. Sarah's parents have a pool in their backyard. That's the last thing we want to So she says they can open the door.
on the way to the dealership, the truck wasn't working.
Right, I heard that part.
Yeah, and then on the way to the dealership, I couldn't even drive it. I was 10 miles away, and they had to go tow it. I was been sitting in the shop for at least 5 minutes. And that day, I just got it back.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're getting all the bad out of the way. That's the good's on its way.
That's for a reason. But the excitement kind of went away between them days too.
You say Simon?
Excitement?
Oh,
Like at the beginning, so it went away.
Yeah.
But they fixed it though. It's everything under one.
How is it advisable that you want a car and then a house in the same home? Well, I guess.
Yeah, from the car to the house.
She's a private. Yeah.
So what I don't understand
Still, that doesn't change the fact that you're on the mortgage.
is how is it advisable that you bought a car and then a house in the same month?
Because
Well, I guess literally
separate months.
So basically, it was like my girl was the main, and I was like wild. So
Yeah,
it was mainly
so she's a private. Yeah, she's private.
But it's still, that doesn't change the fact that you're on the mortgage.
Yeah.
If you so much as open up a telling you something sounds wrong
Tell
about
you.
this, because literally, you will lose your earnest money.
The mortgage broker will tell you explicitly,
Bruh, that's
while we got your, like, did you get a pre-approval letter from the bank?
Yeah.
You got, they're the bank, right? They will literally tell you explicitly, if you so much as open up a Kohl's credit card, this will ruin the loan. You will lose your earnest money, and they will keep your earnest money. Bruh, that's what I'm telling you.
It was like an easy process too, like literally. Just like the started.
If you're on it, you have to be sweet.
Something about this sounds so messed up.
Yeah, they will tell you literally like
We're gonna see Wednesday. We're gonna
cannot call like this. You don't like something's wrong here.
Something's
wrong. And if you're on the mortgage,
like,
regardless of if she's a primary, and if you're on it, you have to be squeaky clean as well. Otherwise, you will risk.
I'm gonna sue the whole thing. We're gonna see
Well,
Wednesday.
I wouldn't call the Texas Hammer. Like, something's wrong here. Something's wrong. Yo, bro, I'm telling you, man. Like I'm telling you, that's a red flag. Something. I'm not trying to shit back your sunshine. I'm wild. Like literally, they advise you. Yeah. It doesn't matter. From the time you got your pre-approval to the time you closed, you bought a car. I don't understand why you. That's insane. Yesterday or whatever. So now, if you're that's a red flag. As a former real estate agent, the fact that you just bought a car while before closing, like literally, they advise you. Or doesn't matter. From the time you got your pre-approval to the time you closed, you bought a car between them. That's insane. So now, if your girlfriend is the only name on the mortgage, that's a different conversation. But if you're on it, it is ill-advised for that's insane. Unless you are a trillionaire, and you're coming to the table with a bunch of money. This story don't sound with like a larger company.
I need to talk about that.
Yeah, bro, something.
He was there yesterday too. Well,
Yeah, something, man. Look, I'm telling you, something. You feel good about the situation. But if you trust these people, I just, like I said, man, this story sounds trustworthy. I know. Well, if you feel good about the situation, I
do, but now I don't. I did, but now I don't.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you. Like I said, I know a lot about. I know a little bit about a lot. I know. Yeah, I know. There are a lot of things.
I was thinking you advice here.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him. Yeah, but I'm telling you, you're at least and just cross your T's and dot your I's. Make sure everything's up and tell them about that you just bought a car. Yeah, after you got a. You know what? With your I have a couple of real estate agents and close and didn't get the guy. I would call them just to get a second opinion. Of your situation, and even tell them about the car. Tell them about that you just bought a car after you got a pre-approval with your credit information on it, and then closed and didn't get the goddamn keys. That is
I also just closed on a house 13 months ago, and
And again, I'm my license lapsed in 2015. So, a lot of things. Yeah, man, I'm sorry. I couldn't since then, but I also just closed on the house 13 months ago. And,
You know more about me?
of course.
Let me think it, man.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry. I tried to spook you. But yeah, check, call somebody. Fourth time. Oh, you got that. They raised my rent for the fourth time. So now we actually got something. Man, they raised my rent. Everything might actually work out. They raised my rent for the fourth time, and we gotta slow down with this. We are out of here. We actually got something. We're working on break our lease, which in our lease there was so everything might actually work out time wise. We just gotta sit down with the property manager and figure out like if there's a penalty to break our lease, which in our lease there was a penalty. But our neighbor broke their lease February. They broke it 4.5 ago now. And so it doesn't seem like they made them pay a penalty. So we at least got to get the information and see how they're going to act with us. Because we paid our rent on time every month.
We all did. That's all we can.
4 times.
You know the great thing about that project, they need that money. Like,
So we're doing
I
I search every week. I search their website to see what they got available. So far, nothing's changed.
I'm checking in with Walmart.
So
They also
every week I search.
Walmart has
Every week I search their website to see what they got available. So far, nothing's changed
right here on my screen here.
I checked in with Walmart. They also
He's a general manager of Walmart.
So Walmart has a bunch. Walmart has a bunch of listings, but none of them are telling enough to where I want to be. They do have a listing right here on 529, but
So I look at Walmart.
he's a general manager of the Walmart in Congo. Anything shaking loose? So far, nothing. This gas station right here hasn't been updated.
So I look at Walmart and I look at
Operation loose. So far, nothing. This gas station right here has
I'm telling you, call
space. So I think that's the move we're gonna try to focus on, but we got to see what this low key operation we're working on is gonna turn into.
That's okay. I'll keep you there though, Shawn. Appreciate it.
Please, bro, I'm telling you, call. It's all right, bud. I'm sorry? I got on top of text them and ask. All right, bud. I'm gonna text them next week. I'm sorry? We don't know. I'm gonna text them. Oh, I'm gonna text them next week. It doesn't actually bother me. They weren't. So I didn't figure it out until I teach the second one. I said, and it's again, nothing's changed. Why?
Certainly did. You want to know? Yeah. In addition to that. Oh, you come on, yo. Yeah. He got us a 1-star review in a week.
Yeah.
Oh, you come on, yo. Yeah.
I'm like, what are you talking about? We've been gone for some months now.
Yeah, man. Texas. Was it bad when you were at school, or was it just super bad here?
Oh, yeah. Is it Paul in here?
Oh, Lord.
Was it bad when you were at school, or was it just super bad here?
It's not like bad. It's just like, if I don't take my meds, I put another stuff. It's crazy. We're gonna try something new.
Oh, Lord. So they're the same haircut thing.
Alright. This is just like the idea. I know, because this hair is wavy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, wavy.
That's why I saw something like that. It's like this the idea.
So what so they're the same haircut. They just present different because of the texture.
I'll do the tape.
That's why I would like try to find kind of close to
This is like, but I mean that's way shorter than what you got. All of that.
I'm gonna say we try to keep it as much like.
So what I'll do,
if you got cut it down, you got cut it down.
yeah. So what I'll do is I'll do the taper. So this is leave like okay. So then so basically you're gonna do a month. All of that is gone, right? And then we'll leave this the way it is, and then we'll just
I'm on it, bro. I'm on it, bro.
I'm not trying to take it back.
Okay, so we can leave it back.
Dog.
Okay, so then so basically you're gonna do a month.
Yeah, but like
That hard R, man. I'm telling you.
I'm on it, bro. I'm on it, bro.
Hey, man. Dog, I get it, man. I get it.
I got you, dog.
You're like, I'm not gonna wear jean shorts, man. I just don't want the back taper. I'm telling you.
Hilarious.
oh wow.
I ain't mad at you, dog. I get it, man. I get it.
You're like, I'm not gonna wear jean shorts, man. I just don't want the back taper, man.
Hilarious.
So business is good and stuff.
Business, so there's definitely going to be some bad with rolled in with the.
Are you full time yet, or are you still subbing?
I'm still subbing, but they love me. It's just life is too fast.
Are you full time yet, or are you still subbing?
No, I'm still subbing, but they love me with this shit.
Yeah.
They always call and like ask if I'm available. I'm usually not available. Then they like, I'm kind of like, like today, I called them and I'm like, nah, I want to get a haircut. Keep them chills Friday.
How many days of the week you don't shoot you normally work?
It just depends. Like I try at least 3, but like I work every day of the week if I had to. It's just like depends on school I go to. Like if it's like this certain class of kids, I'll never get to. But if it's just like a random class, not so much. I'll go for like 2 days, and then I'll find another school to go to.
How difficult are there any subjects that you're like, I hate like
probably math right now. Like math, like it's not like the hardest thing, but it wasn't like my strongest like subject. I like something for English and like history. That's fun. Cause like they do it the way they do it at elementary school now. It's like you have 2 teachers. One teaches math and science, and one teaches English and history. They don't really teach us all the time. Like I've started yo PE jobs that are the whole month that people are calling me
like full time?
Yeah. Like I've subbed a few PE places and they're like, yo, I'm gonna leave the school so you can call them up. I was like, oh shit, alright, cool.
Are they close by or?
Yeah, there's like one that's like 5 minutes away from my house. So I'm just waiting for him to resign. So he might like he's like 75% sure he's gonna resign. I'm trying to realize just let me know, but good job will get to in a heartbeat. The kids at that school are really good too.
And it's elementary or middle?
Elementary. Yeah, I'm trying to realize I like elementary school.
Yeah. I mean, so our lease is coming to an end, and the landlord is planning. So we have a year left. So the new landlord took over our building. I mean, so our lease is coming to an end, and the landlord is planning. So we have a year left. So the new landlord took over our building 2 years ago, and in chief they raised our rent. We have a really been serious about getting there. So we have my neighbors that was next door, the best spot. A couple spots we want to go to, but we haven't. We haven't really been serious about getting there because we knew they had a year left. They broke. But one of my neighbors that was next door, the next spot, both of them just broke. So we all signed 5-year leases. The coffee shop in the February, and the donut, the coffee shop on the other side, they broke their lease a year ago. So they got 3 years left. And both of them, so we all signed 5-year leases. The coffee shop, so we only got a year left after we and these guys signed their lease 2 years ago. So they got 3 years left. They had 3 years left, and they just made. Yeah, so we only got a year left, so I'm hopeful that they'll allow us to break our lease penalty-free, but we don't know what happened with these other businesses. Yeah, so if they let them out of the lease without a penalty, we out of here. We live close by. Like I live like literally on the other side of the home, so I'm not trying to leave this area because all of our clients are here, and then a lot of my clients that are from this Richmond and Schumann, they're already comfortable with this location. So I'm not trying to make people.
So have you sent an email to them yet?
Yeah. So we got a couple opportunities nearby. We just got to get closure on when we can get out of here. So have you sent an email to them yet? But yeah. So now we're out of here. We just gotta figure out what our timing looks like and if they're gonna try to take us around or if they're gonna play ball. Yeah. I can see your dad. Not what I think last year. Yeah.
He went to what?
He went to what?
He went back to San Antonio this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure how or if I was last night.
So this is
So should I
just doing this and leaving
you,
this alone.
So you don't want to bring it up.
We
You just
should
want to
take it down, or if you kind of like how this is.
Yeah, take it down. This is like short. I already like I can't get too
So should I?
Yeah.
So you don't want to bring it up. You just want to spin or bring that down.
like kind of like. Because I know it's gonna be like shorter. I already know,
Yeah.
like I can't mentally know I'm gonna have to cut some shit off.
Yeah.
Like kind of blend it as much as you can, like into the back, so it's just like.
So you don't want me to taper
Like
the
my
bottom?
hair, so because like my hair like cuts, and I
How
don't
low
taper,
it comes
like,
on your
flips
shoulder?
over. I'm just trying to like. So it's all kind of
Stay down.
Does that make sense?
So you don't want me to taper the
So
bottom.
then what I can do is just
Okay, let me ask you this:
make all of
how
this
low it comes on your shoulder?
So I'll
Do
start
you
with
want it? Do you still want that to be down there?
Yeah.
Okay. So then what I can do is just make all of this short.
Okay.
So I'll start with that. Okay.
Did your brother go to medical?
Did your brother go to medical?
Yeah, he's about to. I think he's about to finish up. Like he's done with school. Yeah. He's just doing like his final test on. He takes it this week.
You're staying active, like any leaks? Yeah, like no, like colleagues.
I'm just like going to like physically active.
Yeah.
I just go to the gym and like work out.
But no, like colleagues or
Nah, I kind of put that stuff. Like I play, like if someone was like you want to come to 707 or something, I consider it.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure, like I'm sure board. I'm gonna be like, oh, like
I'm with you.
I don't really like I don't know too much about like basketball, like stats and all that stuff. To be like,
I'm with you. Torpedo bags. But like, it's still like Jug isn't using them, and you still gotta make contact with them all. Like it's not like torpedo bags. But like, get up to that. It's still like Jug isn't using them, and you still gotta make contact with them all. Like it's not like it's just a foregone conclusion that every time you get up to bat, you get the home
yeah,
run.
it's not. That's what like I hate people like they see that and think that.
it's the now. If it was any other team,
Yeah, it's because the New York market.
Or-
Yeah, that's good right there.
is that enough or should I do a little more?
Little. This is
Now, do you want to do more here or everywhere?
I got you. But yeah, they said that they've
Bring it
been
out a
using
little.
torpedo bats since
So this is like this is actually what like
not
I
the
had
Yankees.
in my
I
head.
can't remember what
Yeah.
team it was, but the guy that
But yeah, they said that they've been using torpedo bats since '06.
Really?
Not the Yankees. I can't remember what team it was, but the guy that
they said it's
told the Yankees about the torpedo bats.
or 5 teams
He's with the Marlins.
that are using
One of the Marlins
torpedo
players
bats.
used the torpedo
The
bat.
Yankees just have the most players.
And
on
they
it.
said it's 4 teams
doing it, but it's
four
other
or five
four or
teams
five
total
other teams
that are using
that
torpedo.
are using
The Yankees just have the most players
that
on
everybody in the
the
league
team
has
doing
access
it,
to.
but it's
It's
four
just some
other-
people,
4 or 5 other
you know,
teams
choose to use it, and like
that
Aaron Judge
are
chooses
using
not to
the
use it.
torpedo bat. It's something that everybody in the league has access to. It's just some people, choose to use it.
Right.
Like Aaron Judge chooses not to use it. He's leading the league in home run.
Yeah, he's like he said in a little interview he was like, yeah, you see my career without it.
Right.
I mean, like I didn't know that. Like I thought
Yeah,
about
it's
it
within the rules.
people going crazy. I was like, there's no way he thought about it. It makes too much sense.
Right.
So
That's within the rules. Like,
You're
the
kinda
bat's got to
weird
weigh a
words
certain,
you just said right there.
certain
talk about a fucking
diameter and weight. And weight. So, weird words we just said right there. Talk about the bat.
right.
Hey, yeah, that was kind of like the whole conversation.
I know.
Right. That conversation out of context might seem good.
I know. Oh man, no diddy. No freaking diddy. But yeah, it's yeah, I'll see.
I don't really get into baseball.
Big call. Big call. Huge.
But that story.
I don't really get into baseball that much this early, but that story.
Oh, you are too? Okay. See, I'm not either. I just, that's exactly. Oh, you are too? Okay. I'm not either. I just, that's exactly.
That's like most of my team in New York.
You know, so somebody, like I said, I'm about the same type of baseball. Do you know? So somebody, like I said, me and you're probably the same type of baseball fan. Somebody was telling me that the reason they laxed their facial hair policy was because they wanted to get a particular player. Do you know who that player is? I think. Well, yeah, that's right. They changed the mandate because it was just an organizational mandate. Yeah. Well, yeah, right. They changed the mandate because it was just an organizational mandate. So years ago, when they got yeah. So years ago when they got Johnny Damon was a hairy face, dirty looking dude in Boston, and he had when they did his media day, he was clean shaven for the first time I ever seen him. So no, it's been a thing forever. Like. Maybe since the 60s.
I never like choice. I thought there was a choice.
Yeah, nope. It was a policy. They either implement in the 60s or the 70s. Yep. Right.
I got some from like that's a dog right there. That's my favorite player. It's kind of weird. I got some from like wearing the jersey to me.
Yeah.
I got some like it's kind of weird because I can be a fan without jersey.
Yeah. I can tell you everybody. It was like a current player jersey or a throwback jersey. Everybody was wearing either a jersey, like a current player jersey or a throwback jersey.
Oh, don't get me wrong. You give me Eli Manning jersey, I like that jersey to death.
Yeah.
But like, just like now, I'm just like, all my favorite players are gone. Like my little generation of football is kind of over. Like the new guys, I like them and stuff. But I'm not like a million years old, but like the younger kids have.
It's still probably, in my opinion, too long for an edge up. Like, but if you want to do one, I can.
No, that's okay.
It's still probably, in my opinion, too long for an edge up. Like, but if you want to do one, I can. I'm at least at this part. Yeah. So you're not really paying attention to the draft either. So you're not really paying attention to the draft either. NFL draft yet.
I'm big on football.
Yeah. Who do you think y'all gonna get?
Football?
Yeah.
Football, I'm big on football. Yeah. Especially when it comes to the Giants.
Who do you think y'all gonna get? I don't think so. From what I'm hearing,
we're gonna trade up in the first round to get either Shador or Jackson Dart.
I don't think so. From what I'm hearing, what they're talking about might go for probably going to be the second pick. It sounds like from what they're talking about on ESPN, it sounds like Dart is probably going to be the second pick. Well, okay, they're saying that he's going to be the second quarterback. Yeah, the second quarterback. So well, okay, based on what they're saying that he's going to be the second quarterback pick.
Oh, the same quarterback.
Or same quarterback pick. So I think based on what they're saying, I don't know probably go. I think it's open. I'm sorry. Abdul, Travis. Then I don't know who's got 4. I think it's open.
So
Vegas.
apparently Tom mentored. So I can also see Shador getting up.
So apparently Tom mentored Shador.
But I don't think he's going to be available.
Yeah. So I can also see Shador ending up in Vegas. But I don't think he's going to be available for someone to trade up and get him if he's not taking that.
Well, they just got that
or
Mill.
or 5 picks.
Yeah, Joe Mills.
Shador?
Well, they said that his cap hit is so big that he's at least a Cowboy. Well, they said that his cap hit is so big that he's at least a Cowboy for the next 3 years.
Unless it was really just about the money, Myles Garrett wanted they had to say something to
But they
Myles
also
Garrett.
made him the highest paid non-quarterback. They also made him the highest paid non-quarterback until they gave him the bag.
That's what I was also thinking.
Like not a bit about the money until they gave him the bag.
Yeah, because we're losing and you offer me a bag. I don't like the best player on the worst team.
Right. Yeah.
I'm getting a bag? I don't know. I don't like losing, but that's my thing.
Right.
I can never. I'd rather. I don't know, but if I would play for the Giants,
I mean,
losing.
it's still a bit. Yeah. I mean, it's still a bit.
Like it should be like 4-7-2.
Word. This is plenty. I mean, you're currently 30.
Always good to see that. Yeah, get that job, man.
Always.
For sure.
Yeah, get that job. All right, buddy. Yeah, get that job, man. Yeah, get that job. All right, buddy. Oh, sucker. Oh, sucker.
Sure, Sanders, about an hour after you wrapped up your bonus session. How'd you go with that?
What up, dog? Sorry, name, big dog. Good on me, pretty good on me.
Jamaica, Jamaica. Jamaica, Jamaica.
So he wants to grow his hair out this summer.
Okay.
So I guess,
Just fade the sides?
yeah, like, and then, you know, just make it look good. Thank you.
Yep.
Crazy.
Gonna play the switch or. Yep. Coming right up. Coming right
He's on limited screen time, so I'm sure he's, no, that's fine.
Oh, okay, okay.
No.
I should have asked you. Okay.
He's excited for that.
He's like, I don't even want a haircut, man. I just want freedom. Other hand. Other hand. I don't even want a haircut, man. I just want freedom. It's up to the address.
Beyond the field stuff, when I talk about jumping off the can, I'm not necessarily questioning any goes all downfield. It takes that can. And sometimes in that position and that team, when you're getting
What do you want to do with the top of your hair when it grows out?
Great to locks. You want locks?
I think
We
you'll
tried
pull
it.
it.
He doesn't want to keep it up, so
Yeah.
now he's got like his baseball helmet and stuff on, so just makes it even worse.
Right. Did you guys not have school today, or did it just get out early?
He gets out at 1
Oh,
or 1:20 on Fridays,
gotcha.
and I just took off today.
Yeah. Good shit.
Just counting down to summer.
Yeah. Is that a busier or slower time for you?
Well, I'm a teacher, so
I don't.
it's
Well, I've had teachers.
until July. The end of July, that's when it starts to pick up.
Yeah, I've had teachers say that for them, summer is the busiest time of year. Either because they have their own kids and they're running them all over the place for this sport, that sport. In addition to the fact that they aren't able to take care of a lot of the things they want to take care of during the school year, so they get all that stuff done.
Yeah, that's true.
Whether it's vacations or just
Yeah, I don't really realize that part.
Yeah. Hello. We're no longer let people hang out here, so we're gonna buy something, go ahead, but hanging out, we don't do that no more.
Need tissue? You want to blow or use it itches? Allergies?
Seems like everybody got them.
It's bad.
It's a vacuum thing. It's a vacuum. Yeah, just put it right in front.
That's so neat.
Going 3 or 2. What was that? She's not listening.
What's the total, Shawn?
How old is he? How old are you? 27.
find the next possibility on Paris.com. Two things. Yummy, yummy, good. Isn't that the best part of the month? No way. Pickle and chewy fun. I mean, that would truly be funny.
Indulge both sides with good and fun treats for dogs. Let dogs dog. Get this low managed lease on this 2020 Lincoln Year all-wheel drive luxury unit for around $550 a month. Visit your local car lot today.
Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. They are on Amazon.
Yeah.
Yep. Eye bag. Like eyes. Yes.
I don't need it.
You want it. Yeah, it is.
I usually just use my dice and then
Oh, okay.
I'll sweep and then use my dice and suck it up.
Yeah.
And yeah. That's the, oh, it's not bad. $149.
Oh, that's cheaper than it used to be because I paid $180 for mine.
Okay.
It's actually counterintuitive because I thought with the tariffs and like everything, I thought all those electronics were going to go up. So that's crazy that that's $40 cheaper than it was when I bought it.
For now.
For now. Right.
Great to see him out there running routes alongside Jador Sanders because, of course, if there's a single player in the draft who has nothing to prove, it is Travis Hunter. Hyperbole is a word that we use often during the pre-draft process because there's a lot of it. I'm not sure we can exaggerate the brilliance of Travis Hunter. I have not seen this player in person previously. There are no pads on him, but the way that he moves is unlike any other athlete that I have ever seen. Smooth, sudden, running routes. By the way, he had no gloves today and had no problem catching the football from Jador Sanders. It's all effortless here from Travis Hunter. We can debate whether he belongs at wide receiver or corner until April 24th arrives, and then for the next 4 months after that, the bottom line is based on what we saw at wide receiver today. He merits number one player in the draft consideration, even if he never takes a snap as a defensive back in the NFL.
Yeah, it's really, it's hard to really describe the kind of athlete that he is. Look, I got to play with Deion Sanders. I was in Washington when we had Champ Bailey. I got to play with Parsons. So there's some guys out there who are either, yeah, all three of them quarterbacks Hunter are dual threat guys, but all three of them, all four are good players. Travis is probably the most fluid of them all. He's the guy who has the most gracefulness of them all. And honestly, look, his handoff
coordination, something that just can't be taught. There's nothing you can do in order to develop the kind of hand-eye coordination this guy has. And when you watch him, you understand that you're looking at someone that is uniquely been blessed by a higher power than any of us can really understand. And that's not being hyperbolic at all. That's just being honest. And I've seen some of the guys on Western Coast been with them. He moves differently than all of us. And that's why really you have to consider. That's why Peter says that he is him.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I'm trying to tell you, people expect to play on both sides of the ball in that ball. In your mind, now, it's the main player of the show. So there's no question. Obviously, you can start it right here. I think this young man, you see the skills that are like Larry Fitzgerald and Justin Jefferson, right? Really talking about the big guys and so on. Really stretch the football. It's not just for David. And the coach is the Larry Fitzgerald and
What do you say, Montberry?
I like it. You like it? Yeah, you see it. Look.
It's like Fortnite. What do you mean? Good.
I didn't know they had Fortnite on here. Did you know? You know all the things.
It's like, of course I knew, Mom. You guys have a Switch at home?
Yeah. Oh, Spice Ball.
You already Zelled me? You already Zelled it, I said?
Gel?
Did
Oh,
you-
yeah, Zelled it.
Yeah, okay, cool. It's like the haircut's over, my friend.
Yeah.
He's like, are you sure? I think you missed the spot.
You're in the middle of your battle. Yeah. Come on, let's go.
Rules is rules, brother.
It's not even your account.
Yeah.
You're getting all those points, sir. Look, for nothing.
See you next time, my friends.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, pretty girl. Have a good
Take
week.
care. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Good?
Well, okay, we like it. Now, listen, they were trying to find styles a little bigger than what the answer was, and they bring it down that day. That's what I was bringing. They're like, oh, well, what? I'm going to go forward. Here it is, my friend. Go ahead.
Hello, what's up, my man? How you doing? I'm doing good. I know I get a little crap when you watch the ball. What's up? Yeah, you know, it was bad. Look, man, I watched some techniques. It's a game that was just flying down there. I think that's where I'm going to go. You go to the maybe that the Giants on. But just think about how they have helped you with some of the things that you work with those teams and everything you do in that test, and how that has kind of taken you into the next couple seconds. I think their impact on you is memorable and what it will catapult you to some great things in the next level. But I do want to shout out that for that kind of building that foundation of the show and coming out of it. Putting that up. Sorry, how I look at that. They're trying to transform it into something great. Yeah, they both live in the coaches. How I was there, I don't know what they are. Like I said, it's a little bit. That's a
the trim on top or? Yeah.
Now open at Dickinson and coming soon to Energy Corridor and on Bellevue.
Bring the dog park.
Job was about that. They raised our rate. I'm showing them. I mean, we gonna be straight. I'm just saying that's so far down the line, 6 months away. And I gotta figure out how we gonna get somewhere else. We know they raised our rent last week with no notice. And then told me that I owe a back pay for rent that they just raised. They just told us rent limit, and then they assessed us back pay for the rents. That'd be like me telling you, all right, blueprint too busy since January of last year. So you owe us 52 times 50 plus however 12. So you owe $2,000. That's one time in a deal. In fairness, this is the second time they retro charged us? Yeah. The first time they retro charged me $6,000. Yeah. I'm gonna have a birthday this year. I'm gonna be 43 again this year. Yeah. I really think they're trying to force us out, and I'm cool with that. Let me go. Like, we gotta go where we can go right now, but I don't want to. I don't know. Dan, you didn't talk to Blue, did you? You didn't see Blue today?
Good, no. I don't ever see him. I didn't even hear him leak today.
Yeah, I forgot to. I've been meaning to ask the donut shop guy. I think all of us. I hope all of us are going to do the same thing. Because if it's just us, we can fight. We fight. But yeah. You don't have time. Do we have? What's his name? Tanner or Tyler? Tanner. But again, he probably wouldn't even know.
Yeah, no, we're in school over here. Are we out those little papers?
There's a magnet on the fridge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming everybody in the strip mall is getting played like this, but man, we don't know. We just found out on Thursday, I think it was last week. Listen, if you got some good locations that we can afford, and you know, I want to actually have this conversation in the movie, but I'm trying my hardest to keep the price blueprint down to we're like, let's go think about what we do. I'm trying my hardest. Like I said, in 2 years, they've raised our rate 4 times. When I told y'all that y'all would never pay more than $200 in blueprint a week here, that was before I realized they could manipulate the lease in the ways that they have. I've been taking out ever since. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm telling you, I do not want to lose y'all. I do not want to push on situations where y'all gotta make tough decisions, but go out of the lane. And I'm the only one taking the L. I said, you know, she's part too, but I'm just saying, like, I'm telling you, I'm not trying to get rich off y'all. For literally, in 4.5 years, we've had 1 month, 4 years, where we made enough off the shop to pay the bills. I mean, in 4 years, 4.5 years, we've been on our pocket every single month to keep the lights on. Nobody goes into business to spend their money when there's no money. Nobody. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, so we have a cheaper option that isn't as visible as this, and I don't even feel like this is visible enough. That's not gonna raise your blueprint. But if we go to the gas station, or we go across the street.
I feel like the gas station would be better than across the street.
I hope you're right, but they want a restaurant. They don't. I tried to get them to talk to us last year. They didn't want nothing to do with it. We got 5-star reviews where we do good to
That cruise,
they don't want nothing to do with
what about that other one that built a little further down?
where you know what the cost is it on 5?
It's on 529. It's a little further down. I think it might be a little bit before you get to that Walmart.
Do that. So the issue is, I got a lot of clients that are from Richmond, and Sugarland, and like Church 899. I'm trying to factor everybody's client base, and I know that I agree that's a good area. And if we're ever in a situation where we're profitable, I would have no problem considering opening another location. But I can't get the first part of that situation right. To think about the second location, there's a lot of other locations I would like to open up, but I don't want to risk losing the people that keep me able to pay the shop bills. Like, I don't want, by no means am I saying that my clients are more important than your clients or hers or his or whatever. But I'm covering the bases. You know what I'm saying? When Blueprint doesn't get us there, and her competition don't get us there, I cover the rest. And so
I feel it would be like somewhere that's possible.
yeah, both of them are awful. So they're supposed to be building a strip mall literally right across the street. So right in front of Tractor Supply, but it's on this intersection, but it's facing 529. So it's literally across the street. But they need a flagship, like a big brand, to sign with them first, so they get a loan to build out the strip. So, but they said the build out takes 9 months. We're a year away from being homeless, basically. So in the next 3 months, they don't sign nothing. And that's going to be a problem. This gas station, they said they met with a restaurant a week or 2 ago. I told them I was gonna follow with them next week to see if that worked out, because at some point y'all gotta occupy that space and we wanna move there. There's a strip mall right there. So that's a place that I've been talking to for years. I wouldn't mind going there, and they're cheaper. They were cheaper when I talked to them 2 years ago. Ain't no telling if they've raised their prices, but we could interfere with the problem is with them. They want us to pay for the build out. If we pay for the build out, it's going to be more expensive to get space. If they don't pay for the build out, it'll be cheaper than this. So we just got to see. I got to figure out if this landlord is going to make us pay to break our lease. If they do, then I don't know what we can do. But we gotta start with figuring out what they're gonna do to us if we break our lease. They left last month, 2 months ago. The coffee shop left a year ago. Like I said, I think I gotta feel they're trying to get us to leave. I can't figure out why, but that's just the feeling I get. Because it's like this, like really like this is Luka Doncic type stuff. Like you bring your best player, then you raise season tickets. Like what do you do? So it feels like they're trying to. It feels like they're trying to get us in other places in this strip mall regions. Because none of these businesses are bringing that business. Like we are I would say, I ain't gonna copy like Aaron and stuff. We bring the most foot traffic to the strip mall. I'm to the donut shop, really good numbers in the morning. But throughout the week, I gotta believe we bring more cars to this parking lot because the demo office, they're open 4 days a week. They're not there every day. Ain't nobody beating down State Farm's door to sign insurance. Right? Nobody's buying foods in the economy like this with tariffs and the stock. Like they're not bringing. People aren't buying guns like you think they would, and if they are, they're not buying from that. So like nobody in the strip mall is doing the volume and bringing the traffic to the strip mall that we are. They weren't doing no business, which is why they shut down. So all I know is reason to. Well. I'm gonna figure it out. I just don't know how. But yeah, man, everywhere that you want to be is so expensive. It's like, but yeah, I wouldn't be. Opening up another location wouldn't be out of the question. It's just we gotta get home office. We gotta get that team. Yeah, because right now that's what we're paying. We're paying with all the bills, we're under 6. All the things that I'm paying that we're paying for, shop related, is around $6. So the lease itself would have to be under 5. Yeah. And like we live on this corner, so we see stuff. I know like down fried, there's a new strip mall coming. Did we get a roll on the price? I'm pretty sure we did. Do you remember what it was?
Pretty high.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, all the new, and the thing is, we all got to sit down as a group and figure out like what can y'all afford. Because what you can afford makes it easier for us to decide, like, okay, when you say you don't want to pay more than $200, we can move from that. Well, we ain't gonna be out. But if you're comfortable with $250, then okay, now we can look at a $5,000 a month idea, because that's what the gas station is coming right now. But I don't think they're worth that. What up, my friend? I'm fresh. You want to stay, brother? Why don't you just? Oh, okay. Like, golly. I know it will. But you comfortable. And the thing is, but the thing is, but moving forward, I can't guarantee that it will stay to me. Because if they start raising the rent, I don't have a choice but to raise it. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, I hope for as long as you rock this, you understand where I'm coming from. We're not trying to make money on y'all. We just want y'all to pay y'all their share. So I'm just telling you.
That's not something you can talk about in the least like this is being set up.
The problem, so what the problem is, sure, so we have, okay, so like if you were to call around and say, you know, what do you guys charge? They'll tell you, oh, $3 a square foot. And you be like, okay, no, you'll be like, oh, okay. They'll be like $3 a square foot. You'll be like, okay, 1,200 square feet, so that's 3,600 a month. Oh, that's too easy, you got it, right? But what they won't tell you is that triple net is everything outside of the building that is affecting the building. So the landscape, the striping, the parking lot, the lights, the water system, the wastewater sewer for the building, the electricity for the building. And then some landlords will hire a property management company and we will pay their salary. That's why our rent's going up, because this motherfucker keep giving himself a raise. I'm paying for the new raise. So you can say, okay, and then the problem is you can't say we want to cap the triple net. The triple net is all those other expenses that you're paying for outside of the building, because we're paying for the shop, we're paying for the TV, we're paying for the heat, we're paying for the phone, we're paying for all the other stuff inside the building, stuff outside the building. I'm not sure if I have the right to say you can find a cheaper landscape, you can find a cheaper window. You know, like they used to clean our windows once every 2 weeks. When the new ownership took over, they gave us less services and started charging us more for it. So it's not as simple as saying, like, okay, well, it's 300 square foot times 1,200 square feet, that means you're paying 3,600 a month. No, it's not that simple. Because then they start adding stuff in, and then in that triple net, they start playing with the numbers and saying, well, you know, everything's going up. Like, okay, fine, if everything's going up, show me transparently what we're paying for. So that's why, now again, the first landlord we had, they weren't playing with the lease like that. But when they sold, the new landlord is like, oh, well, we can exploit this triple net thing, add the property manager's salary. We can say landscaping costs that's going up triple because of gas prices and tariffs. So now we're paying all this extra money, and we're getting less services, and I have no way to prove that they are not doing what they're supposed to be doing with the money they're charging us. So that's why I can't guarantee, and my ignorance, when I told you when you first started, that Blueprint never go past 200, was because I thought a lease was a lease. It ain't that simple. So, I would just say, if you guys are comfortable, and we have to do the numbers, because the other issue is, we base 200 on a full shop. Yeah, like, bro, it would. So again, 250 is the price Blueprint would cost if I can get them to negotiate with us on the wiggle room. Because like I said, they want 5,000. I think that's too high. I also think that includes the triple net. If it includes the triple net, I don't think that's that big of a deal. But again, they might, even if they don't manipulate triple net, if they sell to another owner that then hires a property management company, I don't know how to protect us in the lease from them dealing with this new property management. That's like what I'm worried about.
We think they would do that here with the gas.
I'm not smart enough to know what another person can do. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Because we never saw this coming. You know? I agree. I think that's a really good location. It's on 529, which is what we always wanted. It's right outside of Marvita, right across from Sellersville. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, there's a lot of reasons why that'll really do well. But we have to reassess, because you know, as first-time shop owners, I had no idea how hard it's going to be to fill up a shop. So now the numbers are probably going to look differently because it's unreal. I don't know how other shops are doing it. I know they're doing it because I've seen it. I don't know how to get 10 barbers in the building that ain't putting boot purses on each other, that ain't trying to fight each other, that ain't mad that someone's outside sniping walk-ins, or you know what I'm saying? This ain't shots at you. This is what we want, right? How do I get a building full of people that understand the value of camaraderie, working together, professionalism, and all of that stuff? Because that was what our initial pricing was about. Now, realistically, what up, guys? Now, realistically, we have to look at it and say, okay, realistically, we will probably need one or two other barbers in the building with us, right? So now the number that you make, because when we set the $200 blueprint, it was okay, we'll get 8 to 10 barbers in there, no problem, right? Now we got 10 people paying $200 a week for 4.3 weeks a month. I'm sorry, for 4.3 weeks each month. Like, that's how we can go. Now that we have a different number, and this is 1,700 square feet. The gas station is 500 square feet. So that means we don't even have the room to get all of the barbers in there. So 250, man, I'm being generous. It might end up being closer to 3 cheaper there. Like I said, I'm trying my best. But, and again, the place we can afford, work for me. And as far as the quality of the building, the location, and where we are positioned in relation to Busy Creek and like other businesses that are going to bring us, you know, help bring us out. So yeah, all I'm saying is just, and you know, we're gonna collaborate with everybody to figure out like how can we make this work for all of us. I'm not just gonna make a decision and say this is what we're gonna do, like or leave it. Because I appreciate y'all. You know, I like working with y'all. I want to make it as easy for y'all to stick with us as possible. Because y'all listen, we get y'all. And if ain't no other reason to agree. We need one thing, this shop in this district performing so good. I'm like, damn, we're going to this is like always come to the parking lot because of us. I'm gonna charge you more because they're not doing it. They're blindly saying, maybe need new shoes. I sure would like to get me a new TV. You know, so like they're just randomly just throwing things, you know? So it's like, bro. All right. But yeah, if you find a location next to a grocery store, if you find a location next to a Target, if you find a location, you know, next to a nice gas station, because that other gas station across the street, we looked at them, but they don't have a good parking situation. Yeah. The unit size is the same. They both have a 1,200 square foot unit next to the gas station. It's just the one on this side has way better parking than the one on the south side of 529. If it wasn't for that, I'd be like, man, we're bigger, no problem. But the parking situation, I'm not sure how well that's going to go if all of us have a client at the same time. And I usually have 1 or 2 people waiting on me. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't want to slow up the potential for us to grow. But that's just with a problem. You know what I'm saying? What happens if and when we get another barber or two? Because Corinthians was coming. then so it's like at some point, but that's the trick. It's like there's several reasons why this place might work. But there's one reason why it might not. This place looks really good, but it's $3,000 more a month than this place. In Ellison, they want $7,000 just for the rent. And they're only using 1,300 square feet. So they're damn near charging us double just because it's Ellison. Now granted, it's across from Target, next to EOS, Taco Bell, McDonald's, Wingstop, it's like, see, like it's got a lot of reasons why, like, that's a good look. But do you understand, bro, for you, a week be $1,000 a year. I mean, it'd be insane. And then that's why I was like, well, then maybe we might have to look at doing commission because, again, bro, we're not trying to get over on y'all. I do not want you to have to make life decisions. But, man, I'm telling you, I'm not trying to scare you out on shit. I wish you'd open up the shop. I'd gladly do.
We come work for you, man.
I would.
When I was in barber school, we was all talking about it. I always said, I don't want to.
Yeah.
Come on, Matt. We'll work for you, Matt.
Yeah. We won't be a problem. I'll mind my business, dog. You can listen to whatever. You can run the radio, the TV. I don't care. Take these phones, please. Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, I just want y'all to know, we are not trying to get over on y'all. I bought that house with money I made while losing money from the shop. I want you to pay the bill. That's it. That's why I don't think y'all. Everybody in the shop charge more than me. Charge their $5. Then I walk in like I charge $5 on booking. I charge less than everybody in the shop. So like my nature, I'm not trying to get over on people, but this bleeding heart shit is getting deep. My nigga. Nobody. Please count it. Well, I got 5 minutes. Right. I don't know how many people Yeah, now you smart, bro. And honestly, the only reason I didn't want to necessarily open a smart shop either. But when I was in school, I've been cutting my own hair since so I really ain't stepped foot in a barber shop in 35 years. So I didn't remember what barbershops were like when I went to barber school. So I didn't intend to open up a shop. Then when I got into a shop, I'm like, this is the environment I really want to be in. I love my people. But some of these niggas is crazy. I want to be around them. The only reason with the shop was because the environment that we went to work in. But if I could have found a shop close to my house that was professional, family friendly, and didn't have a bunch of crazy drug transactions and fights, and, I know I got to probably fight and shit. But like all the stuff going on that normally goes on the shop, I would never open the shop. I only did it because I couldn't find the environment that I thought was a escapism for my clients and myself. But I didn't do this to make money. That's why it didn't really bother me that I'm paying money to keep the lights on. Because ultimately, I want to be at work. I want to be happy. I want a little drama. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't mind pocket a little bit. Well, I didn't get into business to pay this much money. Like, I'm glad I make some money. When I tell you, dog, I ain't making no money, but then I explain this, I ain't gonna crack no. I've been in so much for client, but I'll be selling how to keep the lights on. And over the years, I've had clients that I'm used to, like, this is, you don't know how to run a business. I'm like, really, motherfucker, I know that. I know! I know! Oh, man. But like I said, we got a couple rabbits in hats we're trying to pull. Hey, you know them? And figure out like, hey, let's talk about this. We got. Well, let's wait till Wednesday. If he doesn't pop up by the time, whatever. Because I don't think they're going to be like, you got to get them right now. They'll probably, we'll at least finish out a month. But, well, let's see. Because I have a text scheduled for the cruise gas station for next week. Hey, I was saying, I don't know if you heard me. No more hanging out in the sky. Yeah. My thing is we're trying to stay close to this corner because outside of the lab that left last year, you know there's a shop right here, right? There was a shop called the lab. It was in the warehouse district. Yeah. So they were here. They left in December. They must have moved because they, from what we were told, they shut down. They had been there for like 2 years, maybe longer. They shut down this in December. Do you know how long they've been open? Wherever you think they are?
I know the other front of the shop.
Well, the only other shop at this corner besides us. But if we leave, then Jimmy's gets all our traffic, Reggie's gets all our traffic, Beach gets all our traffic. But we built this corner. So it's like, I really want to stay as close to this corner as possible because of how we're positioned around all these houses, these developments, and we're the closest to all of them. I mean, only by a mile or a few blocks, but I would say so, but listen, if we can stay somewhat close to here and we get a sweet deal, let's go. Again, it's not only about me, but I'm doing most of the heavy lifting. And then like when this new lease hits, our partnership's gonna change. Like she's not gonna be responsible for as much of the bills as she currently is. So I really gotta factor in how I'm going to be able to keep everything else covered when the blueprint does not get me closer. So that's the only reason why like I'm factoring in my needs more than y'all's to a degree. Because y'all can decide one day, fuck it, I'm gonna sell one shop and I'm gonna release. Hopefully you wouldn't, but I'm just like I gotta make sure that I can cover the bills to keep it back. But again, if we get a great deal and it's not too far away, I'm all in.
Well, I'll just say. $27 square foot. So sometimes they'll say $2 a square foot, and sometimes they have like a really high number. That high number is divided by 12. So if you ever see some of these things like crazy overpriced, you gotta do a little bit extra math. So 27. So this Summerlin location says it's $27 a square foot. So you multiply that by the square footage, so we say $1,200. So that'll give you $32,000. And then you divide that by the 12 months out of the year. So we'll be paying $2,700 a month just for the space. And then tripling that with whatever they're add to it. So these places that you were looking at, we went by the car wash, they're $2,800 square foot, which is roughly $2,900 a month. But I don't think they're the best So this is by I think this is down. I'm talking about so I know where I can visually remember where I've seen some of these places. Some of them are not. But the problem is, it's already barbershop there. So like some of these places aren't even going to get. What about it?
It's not late. You don't have like for like 10 minutes.
Oh, you good. Oh, yeah, you just missed John.
He was here?
Yeah, he was here a couple hours ago. So are you a doctor yet or what?
Is it normal to not pass it the first time though? I feel like I've heard.
Majority of people pass on the first time, but it's not my fault.
Yeah. You did. Is it normal to not pass it the first time though? I feel like I've heard.
It's normal when they majority of people pass on the first time.
Yeah. You got it? You barely.
I mean, I still feel like it.
Were you close at least, right?
I like it close, yeah. I think if I probably got like 5 more questions, probably would have got it. That's total of 309.
Oh, yeah. You barely.
Got a little growing pains to work through, but we're gonna work through them. TikTok, YouTube.
Yeah, it's not good age. Yeah, it's not good age. Yeah. Growing pains of work through, but you straight or you do Instagram? Yeah, it's Shawn Cuts H. Yeah, it's Shawn Cuts H on all social media. You stream me just watching. You say he's Asian?
I told him like,
Did you say he's Asian?
I told him like, show you a picture.
Yeah, just have it. Okay.
It's funny, I was telling him about the shop. But I think he's never been to the shop. He doesn't know that.
How old is he?
Yeah, 19.
Okay. Pull up and have that speaker.
Yeah,
Is it like really long now too? Or has he got that since?
he's gotten a haircut since then, but like, he just hasn't been liking I don't think
Is it like is he going to an ethnic shop, or do they not have another an ethnic understanding of what he's going for? Or?
he goes to
I do think
it's like
there's
a
some
Chinese
shops that are just about quantity.
but I feel like the cut that he's going for is more along the lines of like what y'all do.
$5 maybe more of a skill. Because I feel like some, and I don't want to shill anybody's. I do think there are some shops that are just about quantity. They just want to get you in and out in 10 minutes, and they'll spend, you'll spend $10, $5 maybe on a cut. So that's probably what he's.
I was gonna say like I went with like the last time I went, I think it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
it was like I mean it was cheap and everything, but
Yeah.
it was quick.
Yeah, just make sure if you book his appointment, he needs to show up on time, otherwise money is hard to buy.
I'll ask him.
You're gonna stick your neck out.
I'll let him know.
Yeah, and just make it. But I'm just saying, like sometimes he needs to show up on time, otherwise and like hard he shows up late. And I don't know if you're gonna stick your neck out for him. Just make sure you understand that, like I don't.
He can book it on his own.
He can, yes. But I'm just saying, like sometimes I've had people schedule appointments fast, and then like that person shows up late, and I don't know who the person is. Like, I'm assuming it's the name of the account, right? Then I don't call no appointment, and the other person that booked the appointment is the one that got charged. So I'm just saying, like, if you end up doing it for him, just make sure he understands, like, I did not play on my time. Like, you call me the right neck. Like, it's a little slow thing. I was, this one. Yes, I am. Are you okay?
I mean, I'll finish sides. I didn't pass. I think she was like.
I believe you. Well, right. Failure was just 5 or so questions. You're gonna be just. Oh yeah, trust me. I believe you. You just, especially if you only got a couple wrong. Do you even know which one you got wrong? If the margin of failure was just 5 or so questions, I trust me. You're gonna be just. Do you even know which one you got wrong? Or you just know you got yeah. Yeah. So just go be steady.
That's helpful.
I wish they would have let you just retake the areas that you didn't do well in, if that's it.
That would be nice.
Yeah,
I made it this far. Right at the end. So y'all been up to something else?
yeah, our landlord keeps raising our rent. So we got a year. We have a couple that we got a year left on our lease. Like they're available right now. It might not be ours later on. We're gonna see if we can break our lease way earlier. So how soon we have a couple that we can go right now. The problem is like they're available right now. They might not be available but later on when we just wait our lease out. So depending on how soon we can get into another establishment. That's a trunk. That's a backseat. That's a trunk. That's a trunk. Ain't even the backseat. That's a trunk. We're going. Monthly changeover. Yeah. She stays on top of the monthly changeover. You guys celebrate Easter You guys celebrate Easter, or is it just me? Have you been spending just as much time studying as you were like when you were in school, or do you have more free time?
I think I still got some free time.
You do? You said you did have more free time?
Yeah, because it still takes a lot of time out of the day to get out of the game. I can still do stuff after. I usually study like between like 4 to 6 hours a day. So like I'll try to get out the way as early as I can. I feel like I can only study to a certain extent before it's like I'm either trained or get home.
I have never been.
You never been to
So where I'm from, we have the Minnesota State Fair. They say that it's the second largest state fair in the country behind Dallas. I have never been.
You never been
So where I'm from, we have the Minnesota State Fair. They say that it's the second largest state fair in the country behind Dallas. So from what I've heard is that it's the same thing. It just doesn't have like cowboy stuff going on. But like they got the livestock show, which I've never been to up there. I'm not a person like that. But like the food, like a lot of the same foods are there. Like we got the fried Oreos, like we got all the food on the stick, like the rodeo does. From what I've heard, it's just I've just never been to Texas. Did you go every year?
I don't go every year. It's probably the last year. I went to go this year, but I was studying for the exam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, y'all got that. It's probably not too much. I've never been to anything else like this. What about the Renaissance Festival?
We got the time I drove. That's also not my jam. Like I went once, and that's enough. I didn't even want to go. The time my girlfriend was like, she had tickets on one stuff. That don't sound very entertaining to me. But I went with an open mind. I was completely validated with my concerns. I did though at the time because of who I was with, and I also, you know, how, like they got those people with their heads in the wall, and then you can throw the tomatoes at them. So I did that, and that was really fun because the dude, I don't mind when people make fun of me. He was like, especially if it's funny, like I'm all for it. Man, this dude roasted so badly, I was dying. But he was tearing me. He was killing me. Yeah. So in the old days, you would just throw a whole tomato. Have you ever done that before? Like throwing the tomatoes at the person? So they don't. Yeah. So in the old days, you would just throw a whole tomato. So what they do is they make them they cut them in quarters so that they don't go where you want them to go. Yeah, so that was a part of like why I was like, yeah, I play baseball. It was so funny because he said something, they showed like a bunch like half these sliced up tomatoes. And I was like, yeah, I play baseball. So I figured I'd be able to hit you with these tomatoes. And then when they showed me the bucket of like sliced up tomatoes, like I can't go eat that. But yeah, no, he might as well have been into the it's really hot. So I was walking around. Yeah, that was probably the funnest thing I did. But you know, people don't understand this about Minnesota. It's really hot, just like it is in Texas. And so I was in a hot, humid situation.
Good buddy, how are you?
Yeah, and I do not enjoy it.
You too, my friend.
Thank you. Good buddy, how are you? You come and take You too, my friend. Do you prefer the Renaissance Festival over the rodeo, or are you indifferent?
I like it for different reasons. I like this one. You think I like it? Well, I like that.
I
think I have the same.
But I'm just like, it's hot. Just don't interest me.
Hurry
up.
I think I actually did like it.
Yeah. I didn't hate it, but I'm just like, bro, it's hot. This don't interest me. Hurry up. Let's go home. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, how you guys doing? So you know what? I'm glad you mentioned that. So
I was gonna ask, have you been to like 5 bucks? I saw the monitor.
hello, how you guys doing? So you know what? I'm glad you mentioned that. So I had what up, my friend? And I just working. I had been going next door to the med spa for heart issues, and there was one of the things that I had heard about before I saw it. I said my biggest fear, but I was losing heart issues, and there's one of the things I had heard about testosterone. But I was like, dude, I don't want to become irritable and not fun to be around my staff audience and my partner. Oh, okay. You guys have an appointment or just working? Go ahead. Is it? Are you one? Oh, okay. Yeah. Sign your name, buddy. Yeah. See you. Have a good week. I'll be right back. Okay.
My blood pressure.
And
he was like, oh yeah, no, blah, blah, blah. That's not something, you know, you have to worry about.
Heart issues. So he was like, oh yeah, no, blah, blah, blah.
Second week on it.
So the second week I got my heart,
my blood pressure just started to go up. It was my diastolic.
The second week I got my testosterone, my blood pressure started to go up. It was my diastolic. My entire life.
When I worked out, it kept going up, and then finally
so it kept going up. This is only a month of it going up. I said I gotta stop taking these.
And so he's telling me that like so either way, he took my blood pressure,
and so
he goes, I'm gonna take advantage of it. So he took advantage of it. And he tells me,
either way, he took my blood pressure.
I'm like,
I'm gonna take advantage of it. So he took advantage of it, and he tells me, oh, it's perfect. It's 120 over 80. And I'm like, well, what is that machine like? What's the machine on?
And he's like, oh, well, sometimes they're inaccurate. And so I've told other medical professionals that
and he's like, oh, well, sometimes they're inaccurate. So I told
So I told my mom a story. She's like, well, buy your own heart rate.
Yeah, he was telling me. So
like, buy your own.
I told my mom a story. She's like, well, buy your own blood pressure rate.
And I have your own testosterone to my heart rate. Now it's back to normal.
So I haven't had testosterone for like a month and a half.
Now it's back to working while I was on passing where you understand testosterone stuff. Please let me know, because I know I need it.
In the my levels are passing where you understand testosterone. Please let me know. Because I know I need it. Because my levels are really trust that I go to. But yeah, or if you have recommendations of who you would trust, I would love to hear.
I'll take it off. I asked my classmates because I know a lot of them appreciate it. They appreciate it. So I'll check it out. I appreciate you. Sorry I came in late, but I appreciate you taking me anyways. I appreciate it. I'll let my brother.
If he just wants to watch it live,
I'll get him over.
this is my card. You see how I'm scanning? If he just wants to watch my live, if you guys get a feel for like my work, you can see him online. Alright, see you guys. I'm ready for you guys. Easy.
So did you drive up here? Did you drive up here?
I'm just learning how to drive.
You look like you let this go in last time. You gonna keep it in the see what? You said we did it last time.
So just the front dark, everything else home. Everything dark.
So just the front dark, everything else home.
Everything dark.
I'll just go a little bit more, and then you tell me if I should go a little more. Just a little bit at a time.
Oh, my fault, my fault. the taper and the top for just a few minutes. Yes, sir. Every other. Hold on one second. Hello. Apologies, Doc.
Oh, shit. What am I gonna do with you, bruh?
I'm trying to stay locked in. My bad.
Oh, look for the store, cut. I give you 10-minute break.
Oh, man.
As long as you're here before 7, you're good.
Say what? Yeah, you say.
Think about Maria.
You know, I feel like he's got too many enablers, and I get that his father is. I understand the what's it called? I understand the predicament he's in because you can't tell an athlete. I'm sorry. So I played like you probably sports all my life, right? I played football till I was 23. We had a kid on my team. I was a receiver. He was a receiver. He set the. So I played JUCO. He set the national junior college. What up, buddy? He set the national junior college record for touchdowns in a game, and he did it in a half of football. Okay? So in 2 quarters of football, he set the national junior college record for touchdowns in 1 half. And he was such a terrible person to be around because you couldn't tell him because he was so talented that everything he said was right. There were like the coach had like a policy where it's like if you weren't in the facility, 5 minutes or so before the bus was supposed to take off, they were just going to leave. And we had a kid that he literally was there like right at like 6 minutes, and his coach was like, "Go ahead and take off." He playing with our time. They left. Next week, our star receiver did not show up. They say, where's Derek at? They went to his house, his apartment, woke him up, drove him to the, bro, we were late. And so, okay, so the point I'm making is, you can't change a monster that you create. And if his father isn't the person that's in his rear end the most, nothing anybody else says matters, right? If you aren't gonna hold your son accountable, because it's a fine line. Because his statement was something like, "I've been a villain for the last 2 years, and they just they got so much negative to say about me." That sounds like there's so much lack of awareness coming from him.
Yeah, because I mean he drew that picture. I mean, that's by his own making.
Absolutely.
It ain't like they made him a villain.
Right. And I feel like if his parents were the ones that said, "Hey, bro, you got on Instagram Live at a strip club with a gun. You got on Instagram Live in a car with a gun. You know what I'm saying? This is you." If they would have been strong enough voices telling him, "Big bro, you the problem," then I think
And I don't think it's his mother, because his mother don't really say anything. I think his daddy raised him.
Well, I'm just saying.
But like you say, his daddy still need to be like, "Hey,
Yeah.
son."
Yeah.
But I guess his daddy is in his pockets.
That's the issue. I think that's the issue. And so it's tough because it takes self-awareness to change. It takes accountability to change. And he lacks both of them. So I don't think it was a big deal, but given his past transgressions, I think it's a big deal.
But I mean, If they tell you don't do it,
Right.
and then you do it.
Right. 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you set yourself up.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess he think he big in the league. I
Yep.
don't know.
Yep.
But I mean, when he stop playing, the league gonna see
The league gonna keep going.
That's Jordan.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. As great as he is, he's not a LeBron. He's not an MJ. He's not a Magic or a Bird. And part of that is because he done took himself off the court for so long because of all the stupid stuff he's done off the court. Who knows what he wouldn't have become if he had his head on straight. But right now, he's not Anthony Edwards. He's not Steph Curry.
I mean, it ain't like he's selling out arenas and nothing's happening.
Right.
Just to come see him.
Right. And so, yeah, you're right. Boy, that train will not stop rolling when he stops riding it. And that's too bad because he is an incredible talent. And what's crazy is like he's extremely popular. Like he's liked by everybody practically, but he just got that. I'll go ahead and say it.
I think it's that environment. Memphis is well.
Yeah, trust me, I do. I got family and friends from out there. Oh man, knucklehead. Yeah, knucklehead.
And I'm pretty sure he's paying for protection anyway.
Yeah.
I guess over his home, but like, if you want to hang out with us,
right?
It's a tax on this one.
Yeah, man. And it's too bad because he came from what it seemed like was a good household, and he wants you to think he bad. And that's just nah, not at all. His dad was a barber, if I'm not mistaken. His dad's a barber, and I think his dad played high school ball with Ray Allen. And so, you know, he either way, he has a decent upbringing, but I feel like if his father isn't going to hold him, and again, it could be a matter of, well, shit, he on payroll. So, you know, what the boss say, you know, I get that, but man.
I mean, that's just like one ball. He finally came to the senses of this shit. This NBA is way bigger than me.
Right. See, I don't know about that, though. I don't.
He could chill.
He has. You're right about that. I don't know why he got silent. He did, though. You're right about that, but I don't. I really didn't have any issue with any of the things. I didn't like how he disrespected Mama. I felt like that was when he was on first take, and he kind of like that was out of control. Yeah. Well, that and he like it was kind of misogynistic, where it's like, you know, I don't talk to women, and you know, something crazy like that. I felt like that was crazy. But outside of that, man, that dude was the loudest voice for his son. I would be the same. I don't have an issue with that. I feel like the big baller brand stuff, you know, he was trying to capitalize on their success to create generational wealth. But so with basketball, would have done the same thing. I feel bad that Lonzo couldn't stay healthy because I really thought he was. I thought he was really good. I think they said he's full strength now, but I don't think he's. Is he in the lineup yet, or is he gonna sit on the rest of the season? Because I thought I heard that he's back in the lineup, but they're so far out of it. But yeah, nah, man. I think. Ja, man, I hate to see it because it's self-inflicted wounds. Like he's literally just lighting money on fire. Right. They gonna Luka him. They gonna Luka him. If they can do it to Luka, trust me, Ja's next. He gonna be in Charlotte somewhere. Portland or some damn where. Yeah, he won't be as lucky as Luka to go to LA.
He go to LA. He might get the thing. He gonna start hanging with me.
I know, with the gloves and the crib, yeah. Right.
He like to pick a side.
Yeah. What up, my friend? Doing well, man. You got an appointment or you just walked in?
I don't have an appointment.
Okay, just sign. Yeah, just sign. You good, bro? Yeah, if they can do it to Luka, they gonna do it to John. Have a good week, guys. It's a clock right now. Oh.
No millionaires. They gonna say every penny they pay.
Absolutely.
don't care how good you pick by.
Right. Are you doing a bracket?
Yeah, I did. NCAA. I didn't do it. I think my sister, she doing pretty good. I think she's like
Okay. I'm not much into college sports, although I did mean to do a bracket for the shop, and I didn't get on it fast enough. But I'm like you, I don't really think of college sports like that anyway. Yeah, I'll watch. But I'm leading up to it. Like, man, I don't care. I watched when Zion was playing. And,
you know, I just had my one team, Duke. You know, I watch the Vegas.
right. You got the best of you got the best of both worlds, man.
This weekend, I'm going into Duke.
Yeah. Well, I so from what people have been on ESPN saying, I've heard a split. I think probably 60-40 they think Duke gonna beat them, but I've heard enough smart people say they think Houston can beat Duke if any team can.
It's a big
But they say they're the best defensive team in college basketball, not even just in the tournament.
They haven't played against the best college player.
Right. True that.
But, you know, not all that. You know, I hope we win. That's why I picked to win, but I think Auburn probably win.
You think so? So I haven't heard anybody pick Auburn over Florida. I've heard everybody that I've heard talk about that matchup says that's Florida. Florida, you can put in the final. That's what I'm hearing. I don't. Yeah. I mean, they're 4 number 1, so you probably won't be seeing a lot of lopsided anything. But
now, one thing about it, I mean, me personally, I don't think it's tough.
you think they're the weakest link? I would have said Auburn based on what I had from here. Like I said, I ain't watched the game. I watched some of Florida, Tennessee, but that was really the only game I actually kind of looked into. But from what they are saying, they make it sound like Auburn is of the 4. They would be the 4. It would be Duke, Florida, Houston, then Auburn as far as like the best to last.
I mean, I was just basing off conference. The SEC, they had so many.
They had 14 returns.
It was hell, that was like basketball. I mean,
Football, right, exactly.
Yeah. So do they get good NIL
basketball?
So I know it's not like football.
So what I've heard is that the SEC has heavily invested in basketball over the last like 5 years, which is why they got so many teams in the tournament now. But I know like they say Cooper Flag, his NIL deal is worth around $5 million. Right. So I would say because there are less basketball players than there are football players, so there's like 320 Division I basketball programs, or no, Division I football programs. I don't know. I think there must be like 500 some basketball programs, Division I, but no, I feel like it's 118 football Division I programs and 320 some college basketball programs. But there's still less basketball players because it's teams of 15 players versus teams of 75 or whatever players. So even though it's less players and less money, it's still more money at the top for the top basketball players than it is for the top football players. Yeah, $5 million. That's what I heard because they were talking about him going back to Duke next year and not going to the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, you know, $5 million. That's a lot of money.
Right. But
you know, I have a ton of, because you ain't gonna have that much fun in college. Because you're gonna be traveling.
True. Yeah, you're playing
I have
3 times as many games. Yeah.
I have my $5 million.
Yeah.
You'll be the man on campus.
Yeah.
And anywhere else you want to go.
Right. But I feel like when you know you're worth $20 million a year, $5 million a year seems like, you know what I'm saying? So like I can see him also being I'll be 5. Yeah, I can see him. It depends on his
I guess it just depends on his person.
Exactly.
You know, I've never had that choice of 5 or 20.
I certainly have.
Shit.
I certainly
you know,
have.
We being young, $5 million.
Yeah.
We have a little bit more fun.
Right. The only decision I ever really had in life was Coca Pepsi. I ain't never really had I ain't never had no real serious decisions to make in life.
Oh, big chicken or fried?
Yeah, exactly. Dark or white meat. What you want?
All right, man.
All right, buddy. Have a good week, dog.
You don't usually do this?
Don't be sad, Joe. I get everybody, dog. Get down.
Run his leg.
How's the week, guys?
Yeah. That was yesterday. Right? I can't remember it was yesterday. Yesterday I was on 10. Sitting there waiting for God to fix the cold plate truck. And I had to switch out the truck. Couldn't fix it.
All that time.
All that milk I put into it. Technician trying to help me. I was like, nah, man, I have to get in there and hurt yourself, bro.
What up, dog? I know what.
I would have liked to.
Get down.
Right. And what I had to do is like, I back up the truck and I have a plate. So I'm just rolling over a plate. It was kind of sketchy.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah.
Having a little
I do it all the time.
issue with our landlord. They're raising our rent.
I know.
So, yeah, 4 times in 2 years. So we gotta strategize.
You say what? So actually, it's something to do with service. So they told us that our rent is going up. Then they backdated.
I mean, apparently so. It's the second time they've done that. They raised our rent 4 times. The first time they did it, they backdated it from the time they bought the shop. So like, I don't remember the exact dates, but let's just say they bought the shop in like June or July. They then raised the rent the following month, and then they backdated it to January. So it doesn't. They sent us a clause in our lease that says they could do it. I ain't smart enough to know what. I don't speak lease, and we didn't have a real estate agent at the time, so I was unaware of how to interpret it. But our neighbors, they paid it, so we paid it. But they did the same thing just last week, where they raised our rent, then they backdated us for the rent increase. I don't know, but I just know I know we owe an extra $4,000, like $4,200. So I'm like, God damn. Pardon my language. Shit. Maybe want to curse, man. Maybe want to curse. So we got a year left on the lease, man. But I don't. These guys left in February. They just broke their lease 3 years early. The coffee shop broke their lease 3 years early. I don't know if it was without penalty or not. Hopefully they swing by here on Wednesday. So hopefully we can get some kind of understanding of what our next move is going to be. But your days are numbered. I mean, regardless, see, buddy, have a week up. Regardless, we're not renewing because we got to let them know by November. I can promise you we won't do that. You're a basketball fan, yeah. In a weird way, man, this kind of, it feels like the Luka Dallas thing where like people are leaving and they're raising prices. Like I feel like something's up where they're trying to get us, I think they're trying to get us to leave. Like it doesn't make sense to me what other strategy they're employing, but it feels like they're trying to get us to leave. But by no means are we Luka, but we are the Luka of this strip mall for sure. This is us. We generate this business. The strip mall isn't bringing us any business. The gun store has no foot traffic. State Farm, trust me, they're Googling Jake from State Farm before they're walking through those doors. The pool place, they're not generating revenue. Or when I say revenue, they're not. My business is bringing all of these other businesses. Those businesses are not helping us. They don't have any cars in the parking lot. The dental office is open 2 or 3 days a week, inconsistently, mind you. I never know when they're going to be next week. These guys, when they were open, they were only open Monday, Wednesday,
What was like this disposal?
Yeah, it was a med spa.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they were med spa. But like none of these businesses are complimentary to us. They're not helping us. The donut shop, they open at 5 a.m., close at noon. Half the week we don't open till noon. So that business is not benefiting us in any way.
After here, they close like right
Yeah.
after.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you think that they would make it play open kind of around the time you are.
Right. But no, they don't do that. And that's their right. But my point is like, okay, you're raising our rent. None of these businesses are helping us do business. What do we need you for? We don't need them. We don't need this strip mall to be successful. Like, they're not an asset, and they're charging us more while the businesses that could have helped us are leaving. Like the coffee shop was absolutely bringing us attention and eyeballs to people that didn't know that we were on the corner. But they've been going for a year.
I will tell you this, I need to make a move in my neighborhood. The first barber shop I went to, I drove by a couple weeks ago, and they closed down.
Yeah.
Fairfield, off of Mason.
Oh.
Tonight. I know. But still.
Yeah.
So like that's the first shop I went to. I noticed that they shut their doors.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's inside of it.
But yeah, man, it's frustrating because ultimately everywhere is more expensive than what we were paying. I would love to keep my pricing the way it is because I purposely, like, based on how much money I'm paying to keep the lights on, I should have raised my price a long time ago. But I don't want to squeeze people. Like, I wouldn't charge anybody for something. Yeah. But ultimately, it's like, depending on where we end up going, probably gonna have to raise prices. But I don't want to do that. I would much rather not do that because I think it's all getting out of hand. But now I'm starting to understand, to agree, why some of these barbers are charging ridiculous, like the rates are ridiculous. And I don't want to be seen in that same category, but man, I mean, the rent that they're charging us is getting out of hand.
Like I said, just come and talk to you. Everything you just said.
Oh yeah, nah, trust me. Oh, listen, trust me, there'll be a little bit more Tupac in my voice when I see him. Oh man. First off, F your mama. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a bandana on and a vest with no shirt underneath, man. I'm going in. I'm gonna make some more tattoos. I'm gonna put Thug Life on my belly, man. I'm gonna be yeah, man. Have a little BB gun, man. Let them know. Tupac is right now. Oh man, I'm going in, man. Yeah, don't trust me. They don't hear from me. I hear you. They don't hear from me. And I'm playing with a full deck because I've already made my mind up that I'm out of here. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't need a reference from you. This isn't a job. I don't need no reference. Yeah, y'all don't know by November, but trust me, they will know by April. I don't even know what next Wednesday is, but they'll know by then. Unless they happen to stop by sooner. It's an unofficial visit. Like I'm not certain they're gonna swing by, but if they don't swing by, then we're just gonna send an email and let them know, like, yeah, this is open. And if we can get out of here without penalty, we'd love to. Like I said, I got options. Oh yeah, we already have 2 places we could go to almost immediately. So it depends on the penalty. The penalty is something that's going to cripple the business, then we're going to tough it out. But if the penalty is something that I can manage, then yeah, we depending on circumstances, we might be in a new place within 90 days. Or less. Honestly, depending on if we go to this one place, we might be there next month. So it just depends on what the penalty is.
Wow.
Oh, I promise, absolutely. No, I'd be a fool to not keep the people that are keeping my lights on in the loop. But yeah, no, we're gonna stay as close to this location as possible because there's just too many people that are coming to us from these surrounding neighborhoods. And
for 99. So.
Yeah.
How populated is the area that you guys
Very popular.
It is. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's very popular. I mean, they told nobody else.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So when you say Fairfield, that doesn't necessarily resonate with me.
Yeah, it's
but
outlet. So yeah, 290, 290 and 99 right there.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So yeah, so literally, you know, yeah, that's further away from you. We're close to here, but I mean, literally that shop just closed.
What was it called?
King's Crown.
You know what? I have other clients that came from there. Yeah, they said it closed. It must have closed a couple months ago.
Yeah, I just noticed it.
Yeah, because I had a guy, he's been coming to me for at least 2, if not 3 months now, and he said, he made it sound like...
What happened, you know? Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll from what
curious,
yeah, from what I remember, he was given no notice. I think he said, and I could be wrong on this, I think he said he had an appointment, showed up there, and they were closed. So I don't even know if he was given the story. But yeah, he was kind of making small talk with me, telling me how, yeah, his shop had just shut down.
Okay, yeah. There you go. I remember going up. It's about half the size of your shop now.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I told you when I first got here. You know, the #1 barber in the first chair, and he was like, "Yeah, I couldn't hear about kids. I don't really kids. I mean, you know, I did that when I was younger, but now I put in somebody else. Man, I ain't gonna have one barber come practice here.
You know, but honestly, I appreciate him being honest with himself and you. Because because I'm telling you, you would be so disappointed with like the things I've seen, even in my shop. Like I had a guy here a few years ago that he was not hiding the fact he didn't like working with kids, and I was mad for the parent how inconsiderate he was with the kids.
Kids take patience. That's what it is.
Certainly. And I think kids can sense your temperament. You know what I mean? And so I think that's why I do so well with kids, because I truly love kids. Like it makes me happy to, I mean, sometimes it's stressful. Like, there's just something they're good. But
I've seen that before.
But most of the time, I truly don't mind. Speaking of that, I got somebody tomorrow I know for the fight of my life. Oh man! But no, for the most part, man, I really do enjoy it, and I think it shines through, and kids see that, and they're more likely to be at ease with me. Yeah.
You want to come to Vegas?
6 stars. You're like, you know, sometimes daddy need a break.
Cut it down last time, so he doesn't need a haircut.
No.
He may not need it 2 weeks from now.
Well, he's always welcome to come shoot the breeze with me.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, he tells me all the time, I don't like it when he gets here, he's like,
I don't know. When y'all move out, when y'all move, still kind of keep the same vibe as far as...
Oh, absolutely. I think this has been a hit with the community. The only reason we wouldn't is if we couldn't. I have a hunch that we might not be able to do the flooring directly on the floor if we go to one location, but we're just gonna be creative about how we address that. Other than that, oh, no question. Oh no, listen, that's no, that's a thing that I want to be in an environment where because honestly, man, this is a numbers game for me. Why would I only cater to one person in the household? You know what I mean? Like, I would, because there's definitely some weird things going on in this dating scene that we're all living through, right? So I'm sure there's a throuple out there where there's a mom and 2 dads, or a dad and 2 moms. But for the most part, there's probably a father and multiple kids, right? So I'm catering to the entire family, not just the dads. And so, no, the kid-friendly vibe is an absolute must. If I step in the building, oh, that's what it's like. Yeah, no, I would never, even if I stopped owning a shop, if I were to ever work in an establishment, that's the only type of establishment I would work. Yeah, but if I'm the HNIC, oh no, oh no no no, oh no 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 no. I'm glad you even caught that actor.
I know my dad used to do it.
Yeah. Nah, man, well, yeah, I got that from Lean On Me or whatever. They used to call me Crazy Joe, now they call me Batman. But if I'm the HNIC, I'm going to tell you what. Bet you're sweet behind, that's what it's going to be. Yeah, but I mean, and the older I get, the more I see the error. And like, I was just talking to one of my clients about John Moran. Like, when I was Ja's age, I was on Ja's side. Man, I don't know. He ain't got an HNIC. That's the problem.
His dad is like in everything.
Right.
I don't want to speak for somebody, but it just seems like his dad.
Right. I think you hit the nail on the head. Yeah.
I hit that like a limelight.
Exactly, and I think the issue is that Ja is the HNIC because he got the biggest check and everybody on his payroll, right? And they don't want to bite the hand that feeds and end up outside of the in crowd.
Exactly, but I mean, I saw he just got fined today.
$75,000.
It's nothing to him, but still.
Right. But I just feel like that's an echo. Like eventually, he's gonna actually hear the noise and sit down for another half a season or whatever. Due to malfeasance.
I mean, there's one player that's an MVP to that team. I mean, it's him.
Yeah.
You saw Memphis was nothing last year when he was out.
Right. Yeah.
My Cavs still looking good.
Yeah. Do you think?
Looking good. They're on the closing point from Boston.
Yeah.
Playoff.
Was it the Cavs that were winless against the best teams in the
No,
East?
no, that's
Or was that the
New York.
Knicks? Yeah.
The Knicks, yeah. Cavs, I mean, we split against Boston.
Yeah.
Split with Oklahoma City. Swept the Knicks. I'm afraid we're going to see.
To tell country, I said sorry. Psych. Yeah, I feel so. I can't honestly assess the team because I've literally only seen one or two highlights this season of what they got going on. I'm of the assumption that Boston is still a big bear to deal with just because of Porzingis.
He really is the X factor.
He is. I feel like that's just a tough thing to deal with, especially the 7-game series. You have to answer that question.
Yeah, no, he's healthy though. That's a big if. He's only healthy.
Touche.
You can't even say he is.
Right. Touche. That's a very good point. Yeah, he basically got the playoffs off last year until the finals. Have a good week, guys. See you, buddy.
They lost last night, right? But they've been playing pretty decent.
I would say decent, but people keep talking about they're gonna at least make the Western Conference Finals and they could win a championship, and I completely disagree. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, they've been talking about it all day because of last night's game. Yeah, saying that they just have a better infrastructure than the Lakers do. The Lakers are probably their two stars are better than everybody else's 2 stars. But the rest of the roster, the Lakers are. I mean, I would even say their big 3 is better than most anybody's big 3. I would still take Boston's big 3 over the Lakers, and the third is interchangeable.
The third for the Lakers, I can't even think of
Austin Reeves. Exactly. Exactly.
I wouldn't say big fan. I mean, he's decent.
Yeah. I would say he's better.
Everybody hates Austin Reeves.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of
I've
him.
always thought.
I wouldn't say he's a big 3 though.
I've always thought he was a good player.
No, yeah, he's a good player, but he's not like if you're comparing it to Boston, Tatum, Brown, and Porzingis.
Right, and that's what I was going to say with Boston. It could really be the big four because the big three could be Drew Holiday, it could be Porzingis, it could be Devin White. Like they've got a lot of depth and a ton of talent. That the Lakers, they're top heavy at best.
Yeah.
But yeah, me personally, again, I'm a Laker fan. I'm a LeBron worshiper, whatever you want to call it.
You know, I'm from Cleveland, so
Yeah. But no, I'm still bothered by the AD trade. I get that AD was injured more than Luka was this year, but they were honestly, Luka missed more games this year than AD has because AD came back two games ago.
Yeah, and he balled out there.
He did. So yeah, I'm still bothered by this stuff. I think that it was obviously a good move to make. Had they done it in the offseason?
I remember at first when it first happened, you didn't like it. And,
still don't like it.
But they still,
they were playing. They were playing good for a little bit.
They were balling,
yeah. What the analysts were saying was that they had a run of teams that didn't shoot the three very well, but shot it too much. And JJ Redick was just basically calling their bluff, saying, "You guys aren't good enough to be taking as many threes as you are." So they were just playing the percentages. But now they face a team like the Warriors that has the greatest shooter of all time. And another really good shooter in this era, Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
They won't, if they face Golden State in the playoffs, they won't make it. Because I think Jimmy will do a good job on LeBron defensively, and I think Draymond will do an extraordinary job on Luka.
He'll just be being Draymond.
Exactly.
Playoff Draymond. He just gonna annoy you.
But then I feel like the top teams in the West are better than the Lakers, even though the Lakers are tied for third right now. I think obviously, what up, my friend? I think Denver is better than Lakers. I think obviously Golden State, and I think clearly head and shoulders OKC is probably the best team in basketball. So I don't like our chances. I feel like this is our last best chance because there's no way LeBron has another 82 games in him like this. There's just no way.
Man, you just can't stop that man.
I mean, sure, but I'm telling you, one day, like
that man just know.
I know.
If he's out there, he's gonna bring it.
I'm gonna eventually stopping putting my faith that he's going to be able to save us. He's 40.
But he's showing you anything in him. He's slowing down.
You're right. But listen, Chris Paul, when he turned 38 or 37, he literally has been a worse version of himself ever since.
Yeah.
It happens to everybody somehow.
LeBron has and I heard an interview with him like a week or so ago. He was saying,
with Pat McAfee.
That might have been. I didn't watch the whole interview, but I heard a snippet or something. But he was just like, when I wake up, and I know it's time.
Right.
So
but see, again, that's a person that it ain't happened to you.
No, Father Time was undefeated, but
yeah. Well, the point I'm making is LeBron thinks he's in control. Some guy, when you retire at the right time, you're in control. But when you hang on too long, one day the jumper just ain't jumping.
And he said he does not want to do that. So
yeah. So listen again. I got a shrine at my station. Okay, that's my dog, right?
Yeah.
But man, I'm telling you, one day. One day it might be involuntary. Is all I'm saying. And the odds are just not in his favor the longer he sticks around. So
it's going to be Luka's thing, but it's,
But he's still clearly the best. LeBron is clearly the best player in at least in that team. I would argue that he's at least a top 4 player right now. And I'm just being nice. I can't think of 3 other players I would take over him. I don't know if you want to say Jokic, but for me, I don't think it gets much better than what LeBron is putting out right now.
It's interesting. The question would be, are you looking right now, or are you looking to build a team? So like that's the difference there.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
We're gonna see.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good playoff. You know, I mean,
Yes.
I'm excited for my Cavs. We'll see what they do, but I think clearly Boston's the team to beat.
Yes.
In the West,
It's
we'll,
OKC.
We'll see what OKC. Well, they have to do it in the playoffs though.
Yeah.
Houston's right there too. I mean, we'll see.
I mean, respectfully,
The Rockets are coming. I mean, they.
so you're right. In 2026 or 27, I don't think this is their time. I don't think they have they got Ime, but outside of that, if you're putting your trust in Jalen Green as your superstar, he's not going to be the best player on the best team.
No, like they don't have a playoff experience, so you have to go through those. And OKC, they've had experience, haven't had great experience the last couple of years. But
Yeah.
they at least have been there.
Yes.
And obviously the Warriors and Lakers.
Right.
Denver. I mean,
Yeah, I think Denver, OKC. I get that OKC ain't done it yet, but you know
they've been balling all year.
Yeah, and they've been dominating all year.
Balling all year.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure OKC, I wouldn't say walks into the finals, but I feel, wait a minute, I'm not shaking, this goes, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
It goes, it goes.
Yeah, no, I think, I would be shocked if OKC takes more than 5 games to get past anybody in the West at this point. If anybody is Golden State, I think Golden State,
You can't count on that.
yeah. But outside of Golden State, I think OKC probably makes light work of everybody in the West except for Golden State.
We'll see, man. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if those guys, like Chet Holmgren, the guys that haven't really done it, to see if they can go in the playoffs.
Yeah, no,
But it's going to be an exciting playoffs.
Oh, no playoffs.
I'd love to see a Houston Cavs finals. I would make a way to get there somehow.
Yeah.
I got second mortgage. I'd make a way to get there.
Houston Cavs. I mean, yeah, that's wishful thinking.
I would get a long.
They were literally longer than the hair on your head. That's what you came in. Okay, you're good. Yeah, I can just show you just couldn't reach those hairs.
Yeah.
Because everything else was like an appropriate level, but that it was like 3 hairs. Speaking of Houston, do you do brackets?
Or Mark Management?
Yeah.
I used to. Did not do one this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cougars look good.
Yeah. I've heard more people say they can beat Duke than I've heard people say Auburn could beat Florida.
Yeah.
So I could see Florida on one side of the bracket.
That'd be something.
Yeah. And
Because
then,
the Final Four is San Antonio, right?
yep, yep.
That's true.
Yeah, it seems like San Antonio's had a lot going on lately. Because didn't they have the bowl game too this year?
I don't remember a bowl game there, man.
I'm pretty sure there was a bowl game. I don't have a clue. I thought like a national.
I don't remember.
Well,
You could be right, but I don't remember.
Joe, do you know, was there a bowl game in San Antonio this year? I thought there was a big one. So you're live or shutting down? Oh, I got you. I'll have to take this. Dasher among the blind.
I know it.
I'm a former member of that frat. I had LASIK surgery. Yep, about 17, 18 years ago.
You don't regret it, so
Nah, man, best literally the best $3,000 I've ever spent.
You see over here, this is coming back to
Yeah, you know what? It's coming in so good. I forgot it was even this. I can still see this one because it's just such a big area. But no, that's almost full back together, back intact. Talk glass off for a second. Okay, you're good to go.
Yeah, right? Yeah, his tips are always
I'll come visit you and we'll walk
See you, what, in 2 weeks with Braxton?
Yep, we'll see.
Well,
I'll look at him
depending.
to see if he needs it.
Yeah. All right. This always every goddamn week.
And now still your breakfast favorites for just $5 and pair them with an orange juice and Coke.
I'm gonna grab us some cold foam coffee. Wait, cold foam coffee at home. It's International Delight. Cold foam. Where foam is barista.
Foam to the coffee with International Delight Cold Foam Cream. It's so delicious. Where's Bay?
Welcome back to the NCAA Women's Final Four Special presented by Capital One.
All right, Shawn, who?
Nope.
Who is El Duncan married to?
I have no idea.
How about you?
Who is L. Duncan married to?
Did you find out who was? Did they have a road game over there?
Bro, what? Huh?
In San Antonio, what you were saying?
Oh.
I was curious. I was thinking about it. I'm like,
It says L. Duncan is married to Omar Abdul Ali. I've never heard that name.
What sport is she from?
I don't know. I think she might have played. I think she was a softball player. What sport did Elle Duncan play in college? Yeah, she wasn't a coach. I think she played. I think she was a softball player in high school. Yeah.
She's in a commercial where I feel like it was for the Super Bowl or something. I don't know.
Yeah, she was on a Pepsi commercial.
Where there was like a college reunion and
Oh, okay. I don't remember that commercial. Was that?
college reunion and they were spouses.
Yeah, that was simply a commercial. Like it was. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that commercial.
She was like
Yeah, alumni. Yeah.
So much.
Yeah. You want to try one? You try this one. Because this one's yeah.
All right, good.
He's the whining little teenager.
All right, Shawn. Take it easy, bro.
You too.
Okay.
What bowl game was in San Antonio?
Go take care of
It was a bowl. Huh?
She's been harassing me.
Yeah, I saw.
What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would.
Because that was like that first was like one of the first things I ever did. Was like people felt a little bit. Right now, you should have seen the things that they're shaking, they're jumping, they're spinning, they cut the a lot of people actually were really screaming together. Like that shit right there. That's yo.
I will say the only man that was really excited about it. Although I believe the technical term for a short king is untouchable. He was very supportive. He started working out. Just be supportive. I would never call him a little one. I was like, honey, you are beautiful. Just a little one. He did not like that. But he did start working out, and he looked great. He got abs, he got bigger biceps, he looked really strong. I just didn't like it. Yeah, I learned something about myself. I am attracted to the winners. Turns out I don't want a short king.
good. That's ah. Is the kid in the car the last one, Sucker?
Let's see anyone else waiting out there.
Oh, excuse me. How are you, buddy? Same. It was pretty steady. It wasn't as busy as a normal. Oh, today's Friday. Oh yeah, it was slow for Friday. That was Thursday. Yeah, no, it's slow-ish for Friday. It really is. We have on and off weekends. This might be an off week. How about you?
Same old stuff. Nothing special. Work.
Yeah.
That's it. Nothing new.
Family drama is still kind of where it's at.
I wouldn't call it drama.
What?
It's definitely, yeah, I mean, I think everyone else is.
Yeah. I mean, if your sister ain't pulling away, you know, it's costing you money. I call that drama.
That's true. But no, it's good. I think that my mom and my brother kind of slow.
Okay.
Even if it's like a month or two after that, as long as you're, kind of have that second in your brain that they're going to go.
Yeah.
Kind of for game plan, I think we're good.
Yeah.
Your mom visited, how was that?
Yeah, it was alright. Man, it was better than I thought it was gonna be. Yeah. Nope, no drama. It was yeah, it went. I was pretty prepared for treachery, and it wasn't that. She's actually coming back in June. I'm actually gonna have a busy June because my teammate from college and his wife. I hope it's just them because they got like 4 or 5 kids. So I don't know if everybody's coming or if it's just him and his wife. I can clarify.
Yeah, I definitely would.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to visit a friend this month.
You say this month you are?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like from the 23rd to the beginning of May.
Okay.
And then my family's coming down. Get away, watch my dog, get away from my mom and just to get away while I'm gone so they can, have to be in California and stuff. That's it. No real plan, try not to spend money.
Man, look, I'm with you on that one. I gotta say, dude, get what's up. They just raised my rent again, so I'm definitely going through it.
That's why I'm debating on just getting because I wanted my first property to be like a do like a duplex or fourplex or something like that. But I already know where it's gonna go. And obviously, me based in California, that's not a problem. But I'm like, might as well pay for we'll get a townhouse, like buy a townhouse, and pay the same amount of rent that I'm paying here for a mortgage instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
And own it. So I'm thinking about doing that.
Do you have an area that you're trying to buy in?
I've been looking. I mean, there's tunnels everywhere from what I've seen.
See, buddy?
I don't want to go too far from where I'm at. I wouldn't mind going closer to the city.
To the where?
To the city.
Yeah.
But like Briar Forest area, Memorial area, I wouldn't mind staying in that area. So I'm looking, but the prices are pretty solid. Like from what I'm looking at, I'm seeing like for my like want, I'm seeing like 150, like 2,000, 200,000. Yeah. It's fine for me. Like I was kind of tweaking my plan by saying, okay, I get a townhouse, live in that. Next property I buy would be a hopefully a duplex or something like that. And then if I do decide to move back to California, I can Airbnb the townhouse. Yeah. And I can just whenever I visit, I can just not put it on, not list it, come back for a month, or if my family needs to stay there or something like that while they're over here. Yeah. They can have a weekend to themselves. But I'll be able to have options in that place.
Yeah, and in a city like Houston, you're gonna always be able to rent it out.
Yeah, people are always visiting. Like that's a good option for me. Just for the time being, I'm gonna live in it for like at least a year. And again, I'm paying $1,600, which is fantastic for me. If I'm paying $1,500 in rent, I might as well get a mortgage.
Be building equity and
have a garage where I can charge my car, have a place of mine, you know.
You say charge your car?
Yeah, my car is electric.
What is that?
It's a 4-star.
Oh, dude, I thought that was a Charger this whole time.
I see. I felt like when I first got it, people were thinking that too in California.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, that's dope. Yeah, I actually, man, if you don't mind, I'm gonna
Yeah,
go on. Well, I'll wait for you.
No, of course you're right. Might be a little dirty right now.
No, that's okay.
Right back.
Really, me and dirty cars are real good with each other.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, I would love to. I never realized one with my own eyes. So.
Yeah. I like it. I mean, I love it. I don't think I'm ever gonna. I want like a regular gas car, but like forever, I'm gonna stick with that'll be my secondary car.
Yeah.
And forever, I'm gonna stick with the electric car.
So wait a minute. So what is your schedule with charging your car? Like, how do you manage to do that without having a charging station at your house?
So there's a charging station right next to my apartment. Probably like maybe 4 minutes away max.
Okay.
And it's a big station. There's like 20 something slots.
Yeah.
And because there aren't a ton of there's a lot of EVs, like there's a lot of them, but like obviously they're not going to fill up 20 spots on a regular basis. So whenever I want, literally whenever I want, I just go there. And the weekends are cheaper. They just start doing that though.
Really?
It's cheaper than gas too. So like, I think the most I used to fill up, even in California, probably like 35.
Really?
That's the most. And I get up to like 280, 270 range.
Oh shit. How long does it take you to charge though?
It depends. So like, it also depends on the station you're at. So for me, I would probably say like, that's the only inconvenience, but like, I can work around that pretty easily. I would say it could be, depending on how much you want to charge.
Right.
If I wanted to go from like 10% to like 95, it's probably like 45 minutes.
Okay.
And I can just walk, I can walk while it's charging, or I can go grocery shopping or something like that. I can do things while it's charging. They have it here. They also have it like a lot back home where like the charging stations you have to have. Yeah. So you need to go grocery shopping or you want to go shopping in general. Right. You can have your car charging while you're shopping. Yeah. That's not a problem. So, but if you wanted just to get like 30, 40 No, probably like if you wanted to get like 100 miles or like 150 miles, you can go in for like 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, no. Whole time I thought you drove a Charger.
Yeah, no. Everyone, because it kind of is shaped somewhat like
Yeah, or a Challenger or something. You
yeah,
know, Charger,
if you look at it and you think that, I don't care. People typically, especially back home, over here no one really asks. I don't care.
Yeah.
But back home, like I would, for like the first year I had it, because this is year 3 now. Yeah, the first year I had it. No, honestly, the first 2 years I had it. People would just stop me and ask questions all the time.
Yeah.
And look at it. So when you said like, I want to look at it, yeah, that's normal.
Yeah.
At that point, it's normal.
So, about this time last year, after I closed on my house, I was gonna buy a Rivian.
Ooh, those are nice.
Yeah, man. I wanted the truck. I think it's called the R2.
Yeah.
And but for whatever, but I live so close to the shop. I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna pay $100,000 to drive across the street. Like, that's silly. I don't drive enough to invest that kind of money, especially while I'm paying my house off. It'd be one thing because I'm trying to pay my mortgage off early. So it'd be one thing if my house already paid off, then I really wouldn't care how much money I'm spending on a car. But while I'm trying to pay my house off, I'm just like, yeah.
I low-key, I was thinking like when I did it, when I have a family, like I have like a kid and all that stuff. Yeah. That would possibly be what I was gonna do. But
the Rivian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really nice. I was thinking about getting, like very, very soon, I was thinking about getting a Lucid.
Okay.
I think the Lucid was my top option. Or there's something else that I found, but I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, one of my buddies has a Tesla, and he's kind of feeling it right now. But he was saying that there was another electric vehicle, but it wasn't a Rivian, it wasn't a Polestar. Damn, and it wasn't a Lucid. But I'm pretty sure he showed me a picture of it. I'd recognize it if I saw it, but I don't remember what it was called.
It's not like a regular tip, like a brand that we know.
Well, it wasn't the popular ones. It was the Tesla. It wasn't a Polestar. The only ones I'd ever heard of were Tesla and Polestar until I drove by a Rivian. I was like, what the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? And then I saw research and I was like, okay. But yeah, outside of that, there was this car called a DeLorean.
Oh really? Well, I know that's like the future.
Right. So there's a car company. I don't know if the car company was called DeLorean or if the model was called the DeLorean. But it was a high dollar. It was like, I think they started at like 120 or something. Like they were not playing. They had from what I remember, they had no entry level model. I think the 120 was their entry level. But yeah, and I can't remember their name. I want to say it started with an A.
I feel like I know what you're talking about. I just can't think of like maybe AF something, or I think it's an Asian brand.
Well, more than likely.
Yeah.
I gotta shoot him a text. I think it's a Sheriff Knowledge yesterday. Yeah, I'm about to ask him what it was because when I saw it, I liked what I saw, but I can't for the life of me remember what the name was called.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. You said A something, but I can't remember what it is. But yeah, there's plenty of options. Like for me, when people ask like why did I get this? I'm like, I don't hate Tesla. I like Tesla, but the inside of it is, it feels like it's not a fully made car.
Wait,
like it feels like
the Tesla or that?
Tesla.
Okay.
No, not feels like a car. That's all.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, I got you.
But like the Tesla feels like, well, like anytime you hit a pump or anything, you hear everything outside of the car.
What all that?
It just feels like
So it just doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a good quality vehicle.
Yeah, so like people actually.
All of the models you tried, or just like a particular? Because they all make they all make level different.
All the ones I've tried. Yeah. Well, I worked at Enterprise at the time.
So you had an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, like the place I was working at, we serviced the Tesla Center. So like I was driving Teslas nonstop. Yeah. And I liked them. Yeah. But I just wanted something that felt like a car. It was a transition from a car to.
Right.
I had a Lexus and then I ended up giving it to my mom. That's a big one.
Oh man.
Yeah. So,
more to the story.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. But transitioning to that from my electric car, I wanted something that felt safer for like not that 100%. Yeah, and that wasn't too crazy. Like I think mine is probably like 62 or something. I wasn't looking at the 80s or 100s or like any of that range. Yeah. Now I can, but like similar to what you said, I wanted to get my townhouse first before I even considered any of that stuff.
Gotta get the
Yeah, so I'm like, I could absolutely have $1,000 car, you know? But like, why? Why do that when I don't even have anything in my name, you know, officially? So that's the goal, do that first, and then after about a year or so, it's like finances are right, then I would do that. There's a lot. I always tell people like, I'm never gonna trash or rent. It's really all based on if you like what you don't like.
Right.
That's a good company for sure. It's not.
We don't gotta get into the politics of it all.
Yeah.
I will say this: I don't have a clue what I've been inside of one Tesla, and it was one of my clients. She just let me drive it up on a parking lot. I thought, oh, this is cool. But the way that I've heard he treats his employees with the racial discrimination lawsuits in California, I'm not into trashing products, but I can absolutely trash a person.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree. Absolutely.
And again, all I know is I only know the bad of the guy, and it seems to be so public, especially now. But even if they were the best vehicle out, I couldn't do it. When I learned about the racist history of Ford, I vowed I would never drive it. Never again. You know what I mean? I was never a fan of Cadillac until I learned the history that they had with the black community. Now, if I can get an electric Cadillac, which I know they make them now.
It's called a Lyric.
Lyric?
It's really nice.
Okay, yeah, that's probably if I end up spending crazy money on a vehicle, that's top two. It's either going to be that or a Rivian. But once I take a look at this puppy, I like me a Polestar.
Yeah, you can drive it once. And then this is a 2022, so like there's newer models and stuff. They have an SUV that's actually really nice too.
Yeah, I've seen a commercial. I've seen a few Polestar commercials. They look good.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they had stuff like that going on. I mean, no Diddy, that motherfucker's sexy, bro. That's that thing. I thought that was a charge.
The SUV is really nice. I haven't seen anyone wearing the SUV. I mean, I have the SUV.
Yeah.
And I saw the commercials in the Super Bowl.
So I didn't see that one. See you, buddy. Have a good week. Make that a little lighter? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the only one I saw. The only commercial that I've seen of Polestar, it looked like a Subaru kind of. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a mid-sized SUV, but yeah, it looks more like it just reminded me of a Subaru kind of.
Oh, you're talking. So yeah, now there's multiple models. So when they first came out, they came out like 2008.
Okay.
And when they first came out, they had like a more like hybrid sports model.
Yeah, it looked like a hatchback.
No. So what you're talking about is that's the one. This is the two. Okay. What you're talking about is the three.
Okay.
So the three, no, it's either the 3 or the 4, and that's
That's more like a mini compact machine.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah.
That's what you're talking about. I haven't seen that at all.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a big seller anyways. But
Okay, yeah, that's the only commercial that I've seen from.
yeah, that one's not. The SUV, like the actual like SUV size one, not that one. It looks really nice. And I was considering, they like called me to test drive one just to see if I wanted.
Did
like,
you lease or buy that?
Well, now I'm buying, like it's purchased now. But I leased it at first. And I just was told, especially for like electric cars, with like how the technology is,
Yeah.
it's definitely better to lease it. Because newer stuff is coming out all the time, right? Like upgrading and all that stuff. Like I can make my car fast. It's already fast. Like it goes from 0
I
to
heard that electric cars aren't even close to like as far as the speed, like it's not even close. The electric cars are significantly faster than gas powered cars.
People are upset about that, but like
Yeah.
that's not what it's in. I'm not getting it. Electric cars for racing.
Right.
Anyways, yeah, I think this is 12.2.
Yeah, I believe it.
But it's very, very, very controlled.
Yeah.
So like the settings that I have on it are very like electric settings. I can set it up like a regular car. Like right now, if I take I don't really have to press the brake if I'm in like regular. I'm not on the freeway. I don't really have to I'm going fast. If I take my foot off the gas or the accelerator, it slows down automatically.
Do you have the autopilot function on that car too, or?
Yeah, it's not like an autopilot. It takes me off the freeway and all stuff. It does last for my handle, but it doesn't make turns or anything like that. My model does. Like once you like the newer range,
Yeah. So when you say, hold on, so you say it only autopilots if your hand is on the wheel, or?
Well, that's testing out too. So like there's lawsuits.
Okay.
People are dying. So every company, every company that has that type of thing, you have to put your hand on it.
Nice.
Or like
I mean, that's
yeah,
that's good. I think that's the smart thing.
Yeah. But yeah, if I put it on, like if I was doing a long drive, I can just turn it on. It turns, like it'll turn in the lane for you.
Yeah.
But like if you wanted to turn a corner down the street, it won't do that.
Yeah.
But like if I'm on the freeway and there's like going to bad, things like that, it'll
follow the curve.
Yeah. And it'll slow down. But I think most cars do that now.
Yeah.
But like it driving by itself,
Does it have like what's called brake assist or whatever?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
somebody, with or without autopilot mode?
Oh yeah, that's already on there.
Your cousin too. Rolling down the street. You didn't do a bracket, did you?
A bracket?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I don't know how to do it.
Right, same.
Number one overall the whole entire time.
Yeah. This
One
year
person
worked out.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't happen one time in the city.
Yeah,
the second time.
Yeah, the second time. Yeah.
I don't like racing on anyway.
I'm telling
not a
you.
gambler.
I'm telling you.
Cut it all off. Cut it off. See, that's just because it's hands. That's the white boy way to do it. Just because you can. It's showing off. That's all it is.
Oh, my bad.
Here, dog.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate driving all over Kate.